Yo, what up, Africa? What's up, everybody? It's a beautiful day. It's a bright day. It's amazing to be here with my family. All right, you guys are family, and this is One Africa Movement. This is Swahili Nation. So, everybody, welcome. And I appreciate you guys for being part of this. All right, I got to put my hair a little bit clear. I appreciate you guys for being part of this. All right. It's the movement of all of us, all Africans around the world. We are gathering here to discuss and to talk and to find out the solution of what kind of Africa do we want? What kind of Africa do we want to see? All right. And I appreciate for all people who are taking initiatives, people who are joining here right now, people who have been joining on MySpace, on Twitter and having conversation, people who have been joining on Instagram and share their opinion, share what we do and reshare as well. I appreciate you guys. That's how we raise our voice. And I'm telling you guys, all right, I've been living away for a long time, so I have a lot of friends from everywhere around the world. Not only Africans, but I have a lot of friends. And most of them, they're following me on Instagram and some other medias. They have been reaching out to me. They have been reaching out to me to share how they feel about this. They've been opening up about this. That, man, we didn't know about this. We don't know about this. But now they're getting curious. Every time when I post something, because I got to be honest, man, I bash a lot of people. I mean, on my medias these days, I don't know how I turned to be this guy, but these people are reaching out to me, not only reaching out to me, but they're also trying to, how can I say, to find more truth into it. They're trying to look into it. I was talking about Omicron, this the new variant that is out there. You know, I've seen a lot of people reaching out, be like, Mika, we agree with you. This is not, I don't understand why we are putting sanction on African countries. Why this? So people, they're working up, all right? And people, they have no idea what's going on. And that's why we need to speak out. That's why we need to speak out to remind people that this is what's going on. And we are saying no more to all this stuff that's going on. So I want to appreciate for One Africa Movement, because you guys, I got to tell you, man, it doesn't matter whether we are 2 people or 38 people or 100 people. It doesn't matter. But, man, we are carrying on. We're going to move forward. We're going to keep talking until we see something happens. We're going to keep acting, and we are taking initiative. And one of the biggest initiatives that we're doing right now, the trip that we are going to Ethiopia. Man, the next month is going to be an amazing month. We're going to launch for the very first time, man. We're going to launch the One Africa Forum, One Africa Movement for the first time. This is huge. I was talking to sponsors today. Man, I'm telling you, this is going to be huge. All right, it's going to be huge. And I'm really excited. So let me tell you this. If you're not in Ethiopia right now, I don't care what kind of country you're coming from, please make your way to Ethiopia. And I hope there's no restriction of vaccine. I hope. If there's no, then, man, I'm down there. I need to check that out. But please, if you're not in Ethiopia, make your way to Ethiopia. I don't care what kind of country you're coming from, but make your way there if you want to participate in the very first launch of One Africa Movement, One Africa Forum in the land of Ethiopia, the mother of Africa. Man, I can't think of any other place to do this. You know what I'm saying? I can't think of any other place to do this. You guys come and be part of this. Let's go to launch this thing, all right? Let's go to launch this thing. A lot of you, man, let me tell you this. All these One Africa Forum, people that I'm working with, we have never seen each other face to face. We've never seen each other face to face. So this is going to be the first time. And I am super duper excited. I'm telling you, man. Oh, my goodness. God is good. God is good all the time. Guys, I appreciate you guys for joining here today. You guys have seen the title of what we're going to be talking about today. This is very important, and this is dear to my heart, because as much as I'm an African, but also I am Tanzanian, you know what I'm saying? So it means a lot, and it means a lot to see you guys joining here and talking about this, all right? This means a lot. It means a lot to me. Yes, I know you guys, 55 people here, copy this link and share with somebody. All right, share with somebody. It might not be something that you are very interested to. It might not be the topic that you want to talk about, but this is how we show our unity. This is how we show our oneness, right? When we are talking about Tanzania, all Africans, we should be together to talk about it. When you're talking about Eritrea, when you're talking about Kenya, talking about Niger, Sudan, all of us, all of Africans should gather together and talk about that place. Because trust me, believe me or not, but you're not just Ethiopian. You're not just Tanzania. You are African. So this, what is happening here today, it has to mean something to you. What's going to happen tomorrow, it has to mean something to you. The independence and all this celebration that is happening right now here, 60 years, it has to mean something to you as an African. And then we are here, we're talking about that, and we're going to discuss the way forward. And my question, I have two questions. I've done this session right before I okay. So guys, right before I did this live session here, I was on my Twitter account, and I was hosting a space, and Professor Ezra was there co-hosting with me, and we were talking about the same thing. All right, we're talking about the same thing. Come on, why? I'm trying to change the network because my network is it's connected to another Wi-Fi, but I don't really like the other Wi-Fi because it's not really stable. It's not something you can trust. So I'm trying to reconnect with another one. Let me see here. Yeah, this one, as you can see, guys, you cannot really even see me clearly. I want you guys to be able to see my beautiful face, all right? I know God has given me a beautiful face and beautiful smile. All right, you guys are not here to see my smile, but give me a moment. I'm trying to. I don't know why it's not responding. Come on, somebody. Let me go ahead and read some comments. All right. I'll try to connect this with this Wi-Fi really soon. Let me just take a moment, first of all. Let me raise a little bit of a word of prayer before I begin. God, I thank you for today. Thank you for Africa. I thank you for people who are joining right now. I thank you for Tanzania. We're celebrating 60 years of independence. We wouldn't be here without you. But our hope and our wish is to celebrate more years of economic independence. We want to celebrate the infrastructure. We want to celebrate the development. And we're just here, God, to talk the way forward. So give us wisdom. Help us with your Holy Spirit in this conversation today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen, guys. Well, believing in God is in our DNA as an African. So regardless of what religion you're coming from, I always say that, but we always have to appreciate and acknowledge the existence of God. And that's what makes us different from, whoever out there. I'm not saying we're better than anyone else, but I'm just saying I believe in God is necessary. So let me take a moment, first of all, to appreciate people who are supporting Swahili Nation, all right? Supporting Swahili Nation and supporting this movement. I want to take a moment to appreciate. Today, just Daude Till just joined the membership, and he is the close cousin. He joined a couple minutes ago. I want to appreciate you for joining, and I want to appreciate all these names right here. I wish I can mention one by another one, but you guys, I want to tell you this. You guys are helping us to stand, are helping me to be able to come back here again and again to provide content, to work day and night, because these members right here, nobody wants to be a member and don't see anything. You must have something to give. You know what I'm saying? So I am trying my level best to come here every single day and to share with you, different topics and different videos. You guys, you're helping me to do that. All right, you're giving me energy to do that, and I feel like I owe you something, and I always come here and do that. So I want to appreciate you guys. I want to appreciate all these people right here. You guys mean a lot. Thank you so much. And let me just say, if you want to join the membership program, this is how you can do. I shared the link in the comment section, and you can join. There's different categories you can join, and these are one of them. All right, you have CC 5.99 a month. You have DC 2.99 a month. You have S 29.99. You have SS 49.99, and the last one is NSNP 99.99. That's the level of Swahili National Partners right there. So choose whatever that you like, whatever that pleases you to support, and go ahead and support what we're doing. So thank you so much. Also, I want to appreciate, before starting, I want to appreciate for Super Chat. I know a lot of Super Chat will be coming here today. Somebody will be saying, oh, happy Independence Day, and then we'll drop some, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate for that beforehand. Thank you guys for your generosity. That means a lot. Also, I want to appreciate for those who are joining my Patreon as well. You guys mean a lot. Thank you for believing in me, believing in the vision that I have for Africa. And thank you so much for holding your hands with me. Thank you so much for standing with me. All right. That means a lot. It means a word to me. And, you know, I am grateful. I'm really grateful. And finally, last but not least, I want to thank you all who are joining here today. This is the way you support, who are here listening. Some of you are copying this link and sharing with somebody. That means a lot. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, all of this, guys, it means a lot. So thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. All right, let me copy this link as well to share in our WhatsApp group. We have a WhatsApp group. So if you don't know the WhatsApp group we have, please go. I'll be sharing the link a little bit later. Or my team, you can help me out to share the link of WhatsApp group, and then you guys can go and join the group. My team, I hope you guys can do that. All right, that's a little bit of water there, but it's all good. It's all fine. Yeah, thank you, Daude, Till. I appreciate that so much. All right, so let me do this, because I know you guys, you cannot see me clearly right now. I know you cannot see me clearly, so I'll do something here. I'm gonna try to restart, you know, on my phone, and then I'll come back again to try to connect with a better network. All right. Okay, but as I'm waiting for this, I want to tell you guys today, the topic of today, what we're talking about, this is what we're talking about: 60 years of independence, what it means to Africa. And should we even celebrate that? Okay, 60 years of independence here in Tanzania, what it means to Africa. And should we celebrate? Do we have a reason to celebrate 60 years of independence in Africa? I mean, in Tanzania. That's the question. So soon I'll be sharing with you guys the list is coming in and answer those two questions. And this is what I'm going to do. Okay. All right. I already changed the network. All right. I've heard the concerns, but this I was thinking for myself a long time ago, but also I heard the concerns that sometimes it's really hard to catch up with us here, with everything that we are talking about, because it seems like we go back and forth all the time. So this is what we're going to do. And this is the way we're going to do. I'm going to share the link afterwards, after setting the ground. And I will invite one person after another one. So one person will come on the screen, will share their point. You will share your point and your answers. And then after you finish, I'm going to drop you down, and then somebody else will come and do that. And maybe at the very end, I'll bring everybody who is here to just, talk for the last time. And if you have a question for a previous guest, you can just ask, and then we can bring that person back and answer. I think that will be more effective. And I already tried that before, like a couple days ago, but I'm going to try it today again. Okay, let me see my new member. So even the symbolic is worth celebrating, but we must recognize that it's not the end of the struggle. Dauda Till, come on, my brother. He's already jumped in. He jumped in already. So this is what I'm going to do before we go ahead and dive into this topic. First of all, we just going to listen to the national anthem. It's very important. National anthem of Tanzanian national anthem. We're going to listen to that. But before we listen, I want to show you the meaning of the national anthem. which is very important. The national anthem of Tanzania is very unique, and I want to show you the meaning of that national anthem before we begin. And this is the national anthem, guys. I spoke a little bit yesterday about it, but today I'm going to speak in detail. The most interesting thing about national anthem of Tanzania, Tanzania national anthem, is what it says in its first verse. First verse of national anthem is not talking about Tanzania. The first verse of national anthem is not talking about Tanzania, but is talking about Africa. It's talking about Africa, not Tanzania, Africa. So you can see already the view, how Tanzania will see Africa. So this is what it says in the first verse. God bless Africa, bless its leaders. Wisdom, unity, and peace. For me, is love, peace, and unity. But here it says wisdom, unity, and peace. These are our shields, Africa and its people. So why wisdom, unity, and peace? Mungu ibariki Afrika, wabariki viongozi wake. Hekima, umoja na amani. Hizi ndio ngao za Afrika na watu wake. Hekima, wisdom, umoja, unity, amani, peace. I always talk about unity. And the reason why it's talking about unity is talking, first of all, about Africa, the entire continent, that God bless Africa, bless its leaders, people who fought for our nations. Wisdom, unity, and peace, these are our shields. These are things that are protecting us, are holding us together. These are pillars that are helping us to stand forth, to be who we are, because of the wisdom that we have, God-given wisdom, and the wisdom, another knowledge you get from school and experiences. Unity, the oneness of Africa, and peace. And to show that, that's why the very first verse of Tanzania national anthem is talking about Africa, not Tanzania. I got to be very clear about that. Not Tanzania. It's talking about Africa. The chorus, it says, bless Africa, bless Africa. Bless us, the children of Africa. Come on, somebody, man. Even if you don't love Tanzania, but you got to appreciate the national anthem of Tanzania. All right? Because all of you see yourself in this national anthem right here. You see yourself. I see myself there because it's mentioning about Africa. And that I'm so proud of that. I'm so damn proud of that because it's talking about Africa. That's my heart. That's my heart right there. Okay, and then you go to the second verse. So second verse is talking about Tanzania now. They're going a little bit specific. So from the national anthem, you can see that Tanzania understands, acknowledge, and knows that always Africa comes first. Tanzania knows that. Africa comes first. The first thing to think about is Africa. That's what unites us. And when we have peace in Africa, then we have peace in Tanzania, we have peace in Ethiopia, in Somalia, in Kenya. We understand that. Very important. Shout out to Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. So God bless Tanzania. Grant eternal freedom and unity. Come on, man. The Tanzania national anthem, it's a prayer, actually. This national anthem here, it's a prayer. It's not a song, but it's a prayer because it's direct straight to God. That's why I say Africans, we fear God because even our national anthem is talking about God. It's not saying like, guys, bless Africa. No. So God bless Tanzania. Grant eternal freedom and unity. Eternal, guys. It's not 1 year, it's not 2 years. Eternal. So now we have 60 years of independence. We are still singing the same thing. God, grant eternal freedom and unity. Dang, these words are deep. Look at this. It says to its women, men, and children. This is very important here. Guys, this is very important. You see here again, it started with women. And right now we have a woman president. It started with women. Grant eternal freedom and unity to its women, and then men and children. I love that already. Come on, man. If I have ladies in the house, you ladies must be happy right now, all right? God bless Tanzania and its people. And then the chorus, it says, The chorus, it says, bless Tanzania, bless us, the children of Tanzania. That's the end of the national anthem. That's the end. That's the end. So let me teach you a little bit in Swahili, all right? I haven't taught you guys a long time in Swahili. Let me teach you guys in Swahili. You can follow along with me, all right? Follow along with me, and then we're going to sing. I brought my guitar here today. We're going to sing a little bit, all right? Maybe we're going to sing a little bit. First of all, we're just going to, I think later on I'll have some people here to sing together, Mr. Nati and everything. So today is going to be a fun day. It's going to be a great day. So in Swahili, it's Mungu ibariki Africa. You can try to follow after me. Mungu ibariki Afrika. Wabariki viongozi wake. Hekima, umoja na amani. Hizi ni ngao zetu. Afrika na watu wake. Ibariki Afrika, ibariki Afrika. Tubariki watoto wa Afrika. Mungu ibariki Tanzania. Dumisha uhuru na umoja. Wake kwa waume na watoto. Mungu ibariki Tanzania na watu wake. Ibariki Tanzania, tubariki watoto wa Tanzania. The sons of Africa. Man, come on, man, somebody. That's an African song right there. You know, when you stand in any country, you can just sing the first verse and you just talk about Africa. That means every country in Africa can sing this song. And we actually have the same rhythm of the song with South Africa. I believe in Botswana, if I'm not mistaken. Look at that. All right, so we are going to listen to this song a little bit, and then we'll carry on with today, with what we're talking about today. And I will allow you guys to come here and to share. I love this. I love this, guys. So you can take your phones if you wanna look at the lyrics somewhere. I can try to look at it. Let me try to play here, and it's gonna be incredible. It's gonna be amazing. Let's do this. All right, let's do this. I'm very excited. I love this song. Sometimes when I listen to this song, I cry because the words is just too deep. All right, guys, are you ready? Okay, we're just gonna sing this little bit and then we'll dive in. We'll go. Let's do this. Oh, that's beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful, man. This is good. This was good. As I said before, the national anthem of Tanzania is it's a prayer. So every single day, every single time that we sing this national anthem, it's a prayer to God. We pray to God. We sing everywhere. We sing all the time, and it's beautiful. We pray for Africa. We always pray for Africa, and we pray for Tanzania as well. And that's the community that I want to build. That's the community that I want to see in Africa. The community that will always think about Africa first, before anything else, before anybody else, for anybody else, for anybody else, because that's the big picture. That's the big picture. That's the big picture. You know, it's easy to love your people from your country because you don't have choice. You don't have a choice. You don't have choice not to love your family. It's your family, it's your blood. You cannot get rid of them. But when you choose to love someone who is not you, is not coming from the place you're coming from, is not speaking the language you speak, all right? The look is different from yours. If you choose to love that, that's so powerful. Because sometimes you might not even have a reason to love someone like that. But when you decide and you choose that, that's unity we are talking about. That's powerful. And all of us, we have a choice. We have a choice to stand for Africa. We have a choice to stand for our countries. And it's a time to not think about me, and us. It's not a time. A lot of people here, they confuse me all the time. A lot of people, they think I'm Kenyan. I'm from Kenya. So many people. You guys are my witness here. That actually means I'm doing a pretty bad job because they don't know where I'm coming from. You know, some people, some Tanzanian might attack me that, you see, they don't even know where you're coming from. But the thing is, why people confuse me with Kenyan? I don't really know, because I've never said I was Kenyan, but I always talk about Africa, and I believe in a big picture, and it's a time for Africans to see that. It's a time to see that. I think that's the only way for us to cooperate with one another. It's the only way to do that. If I see something beyond what I got used to, what I'm used to day to day, right? I need to see something beyond that. I need to think outside the box. And maybe it's hard to love, like, let's say maybe for you it's hard to love Tanzania or to love any country in Africa, maybe because you don't know that country. I didn't know about all these countries that I'm talking about right now, but you guys, you saw me the other day, the day before yesterday, I was crying here. I had a live session in the afternoon and I was crying. Because when you get to know something, you become part of it. So I am part of Africa now. And I love every country. That's why I'm going home on this January. So anyways, let's talk about Tanzania. So I'm going to welcome you guys to come and to share your thoughts, because I don't want to talk a lot, right? I know, you know, I can even do presentation, tell you a little bit about Tanzania, but you guys are Africans. If I do that, I think I need to do that presentation to somebody else who is outside of Africa. You should know about Tanzania. So I'm not gonna, you know, spend time to speak about Tanzania, because you guys, you should know that. As an African, you should know things about Tanzania. That's an homework. Go and learn. You know, a few things about Swahili language, you know, about all these, you know, historical places or tourism sites, you know that, but there's more than that. But let's jump right away into the question. The question of today is 60 years of independence of Tanzania. What does it mean to the rest of Africa? That's first question. Second question is, should we celebrate it? Very simple question. What does it mean to the rest of Africa? And mind you, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I'll say this. Tanzania is one of the countries that supported the independence movement in Africa. So many countries in Africa has been also supported by Tanzania. I always give an example of Nelson Mandela. You know, Nelson Mandela, he was also supported by Ethiopia, but also was supported by Tanzania, Julius Kambarage Nyerere. And even right now, here in Tanzania, we have one tribe that those people, they're actually coming from Southern Africa because we supported the movement in Southern Africa. That's why today, Tanzanians, they don't need visa to go to most of parts in Southern Africa, and even South African country, don't need visa to go there. Because there was a time that Mandela, you know, he ran away from South Africa and didn't have even a passport. He didn't like, so he was not allowed to come, right? But then Nyerere, he gave him a free pass, you know, to come to Tanzania, and he was here for quite some time. And he was one of the close friends of Nyerere. Yeah. So because of that, our relationships are very strong in that way. But that is just one example. But there's so many other different parts of Africa has been supported by Tanzanian movement, because 1961, that was a long time ago, before some countries gained its independence. I appreciate John Divine. That means a lot. I appreciate John Divine. Salute, brother. Yeah, so, yeah. We love you too. I don't know why I'm getting emotional. But I remember the time that I was having conversation with my mom, and I asked her, I asked my mom, somebody reminded me today, and I asked her, my mom, like when I went back home and meet my family these days, they were just telling me the stories of, you know, colonialism back in the days, right? How they were treated. So my dad, he gave me an example of this one man that he was burnt alive in the presence of my dad. My dad, he was there, and this guy, he was hanged up there like a little barbecue, and they still the fire down here, so the heat was just going, and it was, man, he was like a little barbecue. That guy, he was crying, he was mourning, nobody cared. And then my mom, she told me about this time when colonizers, they went to school that she was going. She was just a little kid, and they punished all the kids in that school because they didn't pay school fee. But let me ask you a question. How can you beat a kid of 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years old for not paying the school fee? Go and beat their parents while you're beating kids. They were beaten. So I asked my mom, were you beaten too? She said, no, because I paid the school fee. That's what was happening. And then she was telling me the stories of how they were separated, like them. And you know what, you guys, you know the history of, you know, Black Americans, how, you know, there were segregation, but it was happening here too. I didn't know that. But my mom, she was telling me that they would have different schools. They will have like white people's schools, and they will have like Black people's schools. And that's how they would treat. Like here, they will have everything they need. In the Black schools, they will have nothing. Like they will have nothing, literally. But since then, she said they were literally playing with mind, like manipulating mind, somehow to feel like I am inferior. They're better. Look at their color. And I'm just like here, right? So a lot of people, that's how they felt. And that is affecting us even today. Even today is affecting us. So today I asked a really important question in the afternoon session, and I'll ask here again. These are 2 questions, but I'm going to ask extra question when you guys come. So I'm going to invite you guys to come, and I want you guys to share your answers. All right, share your answers. And for this, I want my team to hang on a little bit. All right, I want my team to hang on a little bit. I want to give a chance to different people to give their opinion. And I've already seen my team in the comment section, Professor Kuru, Professor Ezra, doing an amazing job, you know, replying and you know, encouraging everybody. That's amazing. But I want to hear your voice first, and then at the end, I will have my team coming on and to share their voice. If I'm not going to have anybody from you, then guys, you know, you can simply come in. But now I want to give an opportunity to you guys who are joining here. It might be your first time, it might be your second time, maybe you never spoken here before and you want to raise your voice about these two questions. Please come right now through the link in the comment section and raise your voice. John Divine is saying, I will visit Tanzania someday. Brother, doors are open. Please come. If you visit right now, I don't have a house, but later on, I hope I'll have something. Please visit. Yeah, all right, guys. So come if you ever wanted to raise your voice, if you want to participate in this discussion today, please come. Because most of you said, always you have just the same people. This and now it's your time. Come. Because my team, they can come anytime. I'll just tell them my team, shoop, they'll be here, and we'll talk for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, as we always do, right? But I want to hear your voice first. The independence, 60 years of independence, what it means to the rest of Africa, and also, should we celebrate it? So you can come from any angle you want and share and raise your voice. It's good to see Eldana in the house. Eldana, she's always been avoiding the live stream. Eldana, I really wanna hear your insight. Don't you guys want to hear Eldana as well? You know, this person has been here for a long time, but she never showed up here. Yeah, so I mean, I didn't finish the story. My mom was very, when I was listening to those stories, because you know, I realized that she really, like, you know, I was talking to her, I was asking her a question. I was like, Mom, I just wanted to, I know what she thinks, but I just wanted to, you know, mess up with her a little bit. That, oh, Mom, so what do you think about, you know, marrying someone from those countries? And my mom, I could tell from her face. I wish I took a video of her. She was like, no. Those people. And then she started telling me all this story, what they did. And she was like, I don't want to see their face again. These are people who did this and this and that. And I said, Mom, not everybody's like that. All right. People who did that, they died a long time ago. But there are good people. There are people. There are bad people as well everywhere. But I don't want you to say things like that, because you are son, I'm trying to fight against that. She's like, oh, no, Mika, you cannot force me. But yeah, I'll give her some time. Kuru said, let's give it up for Eldana. Yeah, you know, my team, you see, Professor Ezra here, everybody's raising voice. I don't know why Eldana, she never wants to come here and raise her voice. I think now maybe she'll run away and then she'll be like, oh, I don't want to show myself there. But, well, this is your place. Guys, you have a moment. Please come and join. The link is in the comment section. Come and raise your voice and say something about it. I have my team here. Anytime they can come in. But let's give you a chance first. All right. Let me read some comments here as I'm waiting for you all. Samael Orma, he says, we as Africans have to fight back hard when we are disrespected. When I see an African being disrespected, I will not stand and tolerate it. Well, I don't know. Fight back hard. I don't know what you mean. Like literally fight. All right. Or something else. So can you clarify that? Because if it is literally fight, I'm not standing for that. I'm not standing for that. And I don't think that's the way. But I hate being disrespected. So I agree with you. Eldana, she's here. Even native Black Australians, we are going through hell. All Native Americans. The history of Europe is dark. Exactly. It's very dark. I didn't know, Eldana, you're Black Australian? Oh. Okay. They kept us ignorant of what was going on with our continent, African brothers and sisters, and vice versa. All right. This is a good comment here. Today, I'm happy to be alive and have this blessed time with my African brothers and sisters. Oh, finally, I have somebody. Okay, this is my new member here in Swahili Nation. Oh, this is good. This is good. Dauda Till, welcome to the show, brother. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. Where are you calling from?
I am calling from Portland, Oregon.
All
I'm
right.
trying to get my camera to work,
Mm-hmm. Oh,
but
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
don't think it's
It'll
working.
be it'll be amazing to see your face. I see you have a good smile right there.
Uh, I don't know how to really work it.
Really, the camera. I think you see something called stop cam. You
Oh,
uh,
hey.
All right, here you are. Look at my brother right there.
Hello,
Hey, my
hello.
brother.
Greetings from the diaspora.
Okay.
I've been following your channel for some time now. It's been really great. I appreciate the stuff you do.
Yes, appreciate, brother. Appreciate. Where are you originally from?
Mozambique, Maputo.
Oh, so we spoke right on WhatsApp.
Yes, on WhatsApp. Yes, I had
Come
sent you a
on,
message.
brother. All right, this is good. This is good. Guys, please, you can go ahead. You can introduce yourself. But I think we might be having an amazing session with my brother here in the near future, Dawood Hill. So it's very good to see you here for the first time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. As for your
Yes.
two questions, um,
Mm,
I first let me start with because I had mentioned in the chat, should we celebrate it? And I had
yeah.
said symbolic victories, even
Mm,
even if they don't bring much in terms of substance, in terms of like a true decolonization, you should
mm,
absolutely
mm,
celebrate it because that's
mm,
where it starts. Like the
mm,
process of emancipation,
mm,
cognitive or otherwise, starts with
mm,
the almost change of scenery, if you will.
mm,
And
mm,
you need that. You need
mm,
that for sure.
mm.
As humans, we need that. Um,
Yeah.
and so, if even if it's as I mentioned, even if it's the small
Mm,
steps, those are
mm,
really important because you can't build the foundation without like
mm,
showing, you know,
mm,
like a little proof, a little hope, if you will. Um,
mm,
and as for Tanzanian independence, um,
mm,
I think it's I think it's a wonderful thing. One of the first books my mother I got really into philosophy a while back. One of the first books I was given was Uhuru with Julius Nyeri. And from there,
Oh,
I just started falling in love with the Kwame Nkrumahs, the Sekou
yeah.
Toure's, like this idea of independence, Pan-Africanism,
Mm,
and
mm,
Tanzania just being really inspiring. And even today, just being
mm,
absolutely inspiring as in regards to the Eastern African
mm,
region, but as well as Africa as a whole. We look to it,
mm,
and we look to countries like Tanzania. We look to countries like Kenya, and we say, "Wow, we can really do it." Um,
mm.
and I just, as you mentioned, I just love what's happening. I actually had planned to go to Tanzania like
Oh,
this past summer, but COVID kind of derailed it.
oh
But I really
man,
wanted to visit. I really wanted to
brother.
visit. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
but I think yes, we should absolutely just rejoice in the fact that it's been 60 years and it hasn't reverted into um,
Mm,
a new type of colonialism. Or,
mm,
um, but here again, we should rejoice in it, and we should look at
mm,
Tanzania with such love and respect as to where
mm,
all African countries should aspire to, and as part of
mm,
the diaspora as well. Um,
mm,
but here again, it's not over.
mm,
There's so much to do. And what's
mm,
really inspiring is just the youth that Africa is producing
mm.
and the genius that we're going to find within
Yeah.
that. And
Mm,
development will for sure help, but most so,
mm,
more so, here I'm an idealist, it's belief. Uh,
mm,
belief amongst Africans, amongst the diaspora, will
mm,
spur on sort of Africa's rise, which I do feel
mm,
is coming. Um,
mm.
and so I guess that's my question or my responses to those. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Let me say this first of all. First of all, I was just saving your number, but first of all, um, this is the first time to have somebody from Mozambique. All right. It's
Yes.
the very first time. So, guys, let's take a moment to welcome our brother from Mozambique. Welcome to the family. So, I love the fact that we have a Mozambican. I don't know how do you say Mozambique. Mozambique people. You just say
Just
Mozambique people.
just Mozambican, yeah. I'm Mozambican.
Uh, Mozambican. All right. This is the first time to have Mozambican in the family. And I know you're just the first, but we'll have a lot more because we're gonna need a lot of people coming from you. So so I cannot wait. I think a lot of things we'll talk behind the scene about our brother here from Mozambique. I remember he reached out to me on email, and we talked some very interesting stuff. And I think one of these days, we'll be coming and he'll be sharing with us. I first of all, I love your story, and I cannot wait to hear your story and Africa to listen to your story. It's very exciting, and I cannot wait to hear also your perspective, your voice, and what is your vision for Africa. And now I'll just say this, that you're part of us. You're part of One Africa. You're one of us. Because you're an African and you love Africa and you want the best for Africa. So you're one of us. Please come as much as you can. And we're gonna have that session very soon. You're gonna let us know more about Mozambique. All right, here, because there's a lot of people. I mean, we don't know about each other. I didn't even know how to say Mozambican. Mozambican people or something, I didn't know that. So I'm guilty too, right? But you're going to help us to have a little bit more knowledge about Mozambique, raise awareness. And it's a pleasure to have someone from Mozambique to raise your voice, because I believe you know what's going on in Mozambique, and you can be a voice to what's going on there. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you so much. And so much respect for you. Like I said, I'm so glad I have found this channel, and I do love the work you do, and so much respect for Tanzania, so much respect for all who have joined us and all in the diaspora.
Yeah.
Our time is coming.
Yeah.
Our time is
Okay.
coming.
Okay. Before I let you go, I want to ask you this another question. And I asked this question on Twitter today, but I want to ask you, I want to hear your opinion. So we gained independence 60 years ago, right? In some countries, maybe 50, 45. Where do you think we went wrong? What did we do wrong after we gained independence? Because we gained independence from them, right? But it seems like we were never really free, right? It seems like we're never really free. Like, yes, those colonizers, they went away, but they left us with their language. They left us with their culture. They left us with their education system, even constitution. Some of our constitution we still use the constitutions that were used before, right? And right now we're in a place where we're waking up and then we realize that, man, we have been colonized for all this long, right? Okay, we have these loans, we have these aids, in a way that, like, they came here to colonize us, and it's kind of like they dismantle us, that we cannot stand by ourselves, right? And so we are in a position where we always look up to them, we always want support, we always think about them, right? And it's kind of like, I don't know, man, it's kind of like they already created a system that, we cannot get rid of. I'm not saying we cannot, but I'm saying it's kind of like, right? So my question is, where do you think where we went wrong, like our ancestors, as they were fighting for this, and as we were carrying on? Because most of them, they fought, they gave us independence, shout out to them, and then they left government, people like Mandela, people like Nyerere, people like Patrice Lumumba. Some of them, they were killed, assassinated, but people who carried on from that moment forward, things, it seems like, we have independence, we have our flags, we have our governments, but it feels like there's someone in control. That's why Sankara, he said, whoever feeds you controls you, right? It feels like someone is in control, but we have just a picture of something that looks beautiful, but deep within, it's not really how it looks. It seems it is. You know what I'm saying? What is your opinion on that?
Well, that's a very good question, and it's a question that I've wrestled with for a very, very long time. I think we have to understand sort of how long it takes, especially for colonized peoples, to truly decolonize themselves. This is not a short process, even though we are in the era where we do expect things to happen quickly. Like, this is a very, very difficult process to go through. And especially when you're dealing with the people, like take Africa, for instance, who have basically been for 400 years humiliated. And this is just like creates, as you were discussing, it just creates in the image, or an image in the mind of an African about how sort of undervalued just how misrepresented we are, and it turns it into what we think is the natural order of things. So like what colonization does psychologically is like it does two parts, and it destroys the colonizer in ways that it just like makes them dehumanize parts of them, like parts of themselves, because it's just like all of it is just like a projection, psychological projection. But for the colonized, it too creates that internal sort of hierarchy, in this case of like ethnic groups, race, demographics, regions, continents, but otherwise. In modernity, of course, Blacks and Black Africans have always been depicted as sort of like the lowest. And so like that destroys our minds as well. And when you're talking about sort of generational changes, these generations overlap so much that it's really hard to disentangle sort of minds that are fully colonized and minds that are breaking free of the colonial structures. And like so much of this, as I mentioned, I'm an idealist. So much of this is mental. So it's like, it's hard to erase the mentality of like, you are the ones who are colonized. As being an American, I see this in sort of Black Americans for sure. Like they're still like, they have so much stress. They have so much sort of like self-doubt, self-hatred, which turns into self-annihilation. And so in the mind of an African, we're supposed to think, well, we're not supposed to succeed. In the mind of an African, we say, well, if a white person says it, it's 10 times more valuable than if a Black person says it. Or if an Asian says it, it's 10 times more valuable. When like all of that has just been a type of psychological manipulation to effectively forbid Africans from unifying. You know, if we're disgusted with ourselves, if we buy light or skin lightening cream, then how are we supposed to be taken seriously? Not just with ourselves, but on a world stage. And like I mentioned, like a lot of this is the decolonization process is a very fluid process. And I like to believe that it's much more has to do with the generations that will sort of grow, pushing away or pushing aside previous generations. As great as the leaders of African revolution were, there has to continue to be a changing of ideas, just like there has to be a changing of the guard. And through that process, we can build on what has previously been done. If we hold sort of to the past colonial mentality, even if it was very revolutionary or very radical, then we're just going to get stuck in sort of like similar modes of sort of disparate entities working where all roads funnel to Europe or to China or to before they come back to Africa. And also you have to understand just sort of like the how do I say, the destruction of sort of like political structures that had been in place prior to colonization, and the intrusion of new Western foreign structures. And like you mentioned, names are really important. Here in America, a lot of Black African people of African descent have like they're called Fred Harris or something rather. So it's like they named the slaves after them as a show of ownership, a show of property. And it continues to this. I always would say excuse me for this tangent, but one of the greatest things for the uplifting of Black American minds is the coming of Africans with African names, and without that history of like the brutal racism and terror that has occurred in the Americas. But it's also in Africa as well. There has to be sort of like a regeneration of Africanness, if you will, like a African. It doesn't just have to be political structures, but African fashion, African music, African like no one else is really going to respect the African unless the African respects themselves. And like that is without that respect, you're never going to fully decolonize. You're always going to think you have to go to someone else. And someone else has to have like proof, you know, like the Europeans have to say to you that your democracy worked well this round. Like, why is that? Like it's enough for us to say it. And I agree. There's some things that we have to have when you're speaking of Africa, the diaspora, like a news source that is from the African perspective. We have to have, as I mentioned, infrastructure is great, but just like I don't know, because Africa is just, we've been asleep. It's historically Africa was great. Like I love the history of Songhai. I love the history of Great Zimbabwe. I love the history of the House Estates. Historically, like things like came through Africa, then India, then China. That was the trade route. And it's been only about like 200, 300 years. Like we have to remember what we were. And then like what the Lakota of Western American Indians call the past epoch was the 500-year night of sort of like when the United States was born. And like, so we have to realize it's just been a 500-year night. Like we just went to sleep. We're not destroyed. We're not broken. And like we have to, and so I think that mental change is really important. And then of course there's just like economic things. You have to get away from, you have to somehow not be saddled with such debt in order to develop the abilities of your countries. And I love African free trade. I love that idea. Although I have hesitations with free trade economically because it does a lot of things under capitalism tend to exploit the poor, and the poor are always sort of like pushed to the side. But that's the majority of humans' economic systems. But things like that have to, like the Congo saying now it's going to restructure how the mining industry is going when like so much of the world's cobalt is from the Congo can do great things if they do it right. And just I like all of that, even with the struggles that are going on, the ADF, the Tigrays in Ethiopia, even with all of that, I think there's much more spirit within Africans that they won't get pushed around. And this is so much of the youth. And like I mentioned, the youth of Africa is like the one continent where this population is rising, and it's going to be rising a lot. And they're getting digitalized. They're skipping the Industrial Revolution. They don't have to build factories. They don't have to go through a whole bunch of like nonsense where they just push a whole bunch of smoke. And they didn't have to take slaves to like produce that Industrial Revolution. So they effectively, in Africa, were jumping right into a digital revolution. And you see things that are just wonderful, like as far as like cell phone coverage, East Africa especially is doing better than almost everywhere in the world. As far as digital currency, Africa is just way ahead of everyone. I should say, that's a pretty general statement. But there's countries in Africa that are just doing fantastic. And so it's going to be, it may be fast, but that decolonization process, it'll get there. And connecting us together, having things like Swahili Nation, having things like Tuna Cheki, having things like connecting us and getting these ideas will help motivate that. So like where did we fail? Or not fail, but why is it taking so long? I would say it's actually taking shorter than what most societies go through when decolonizing. But we just want it to go faster than it is because we're frustrated, which is rightly so. We're frustrated of the humiliation. We're frustrated of the disrespect. But we must take a step back and realize like it's actually going quite well considering like what happened, how we've had to grow up, how resilient we've had to be. So I guess those are my first thoughts on this.
Well, brother, I appreciate. I think, that's why we're going to need to have your session here, as we spoke before. But yes, we need someone like you, definitely. And, thank you for being part of this. And we're going to have an amazing conversation. But before you leave, I want to ask you a little question. Tell us one interesting thing about Mozambique, something that you think a lot of people don't know. And then I will allow my brother here. I see my brother from Kenya is already here. He's going to be next.
Oh, great pastries. The pastries are absolutely magnificent. And one thing that I would say, I dislike many things that are colonial parasites the Portuguese imposed upon us, but they did do well in like showing us how to make pastries. And so Mozambique, you go to Maputo, you go to a pastry shop. Beautiful, delicious.
Wow. Well, we're gonna go there to have One Africa Forum one day. I hope you're gonna join us, to go there. All right, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Cheers.
I'll talk to you later. All right.
Absolutely. Keep up the good work.
Right, I appreciate it, brother. Love you.
Love you. Love that.
All right. I have my brother here from Kenya, John Matenge. Brother, welcome back. You can unmute yourself.
Okay. Asante sana kaka yangu Mika kwa kunipatia hii fursa. Na leo nitaongea Kiswahili manake sherehe zenyu zimekuwa na shamra na nawapa pongezi sana.
Okay, before, so if you're doing that, I need to translate as well, because a lot of people here, they don't speak Swahili. So I think I'm going to need to translate if you do that. Or you can just do like...
Ni sawa. Nitasema alafu tutatafsiri.
Okay. All right. Guys, I will translate. He's going to speak in Swahili. This is very interesting. I appreciate, brother. And then I'll just summarize later. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Kwanza nataka nimshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuwa Tanzania imehitimu miaka 60 ya uhuru. Na tena hii ilikuwa sherehe ya kwanza ya Mama Samia baada ya kifo ya aliyekuwa rais wa awamu ya 5 hayati John Pombe Magufuli. Mungu aze roho yake mahali pema peponi.
Amen.
Pia rais wetu wa Kenya, Rais Kenyatta, alikuwa mgeni rasmi na atakuwa ameanza ziara yake leo. Kwa hivyo kesho watafanya mazungumzo ya nchi zetu mbili kati ya Kenya na Tanzania kesho. Pia nchi yetu ya Kenya itakuwa inaadhimisha miaka 58 ya jamhuri. Sherehe hizi zitakuwa zikiandaliwa siku ya Jumapili tarehe 12. Kwa hivyo najua kuna Wakenya ambao wako. Pia nataka niwatakie sikukuu njema ya jamhuri, maana nilikuwa natayarisha kipindi maalum ya kusherehekea miaka 58 ya jamhuri yetu. Pia masuala ya Tanzania kuwa huru miaka 60 imekuwa ni nchi ambayo imekuwa na ile picha nzuri katika bara la Afrika, kwa sababu kama venye Mwalimu Nyerere alikuwa akisema kuwa kama taifa halina utamaduni, taifa hilo lina mufu. Sijui kama nimekosea, lakini najua utaenda ukaangalia hiyo nukuu ambayo alikuwa akisema. Kwa hivyo Tanzania imekuwa ni nchi yenye amani. Nimekuwa nikifuatilia Tanzania mara mingi sana, hasa nikiwa hapa Kenya. Na kama venye Rais Samia alikuwa akisema leo kuwa nchi yetu ya Kenya itakuwa na uchaguzi mkuu mwaka ujao, na naomba sana majirani zetu kutoka Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Somalia watuombee sana, manake mi huwa naombea nchi yangu ya Kenya na naipenda sana. Mi huwa sijadi kenye watu huwa wanasema tu kwamba Kenya ni mbaya, Wakenya ati wanakuanga wavivu. Ndio, wanaweza kuwa wavivu, lakini si wote. Wakenya ni watu wazuri, tuna mandhari ya kila aina. Ukitaka kwenda Mombasa unakaribishwa, ukitaka kwenda kuona mlima Kenya unakaribishwa. Kwa hivyo ningependa sana mtuombee, manake uchaguzi huu tunaenda kuchagua rais wa 5, maana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anakamilisha muhula wake. Na leo najua Mama Samia hakuweza kutoa hotuba, manake muda ulikuwa umeyoyoma, lakini alisema kwamba anashukuru sana marais ambao walikuwemo, si tu rais wa Kenya Uhuru Kenyatta, bali Paul Kagame, rais wa Msumbiji Filipe Nyusi, wale ambao waliwakilisha rais wa kutoka Jamhuri ya Demokrasia ya Kongo, Burundi na nchi zingine barani Afrika. Miaka ya uhuru ya Tanzania, ama nikikuja nchini Kenya, manake sisi pia imebaki siku kama 3 tusherekee sikukuu ya Jamhuri. Pia Kenya imepiga imebakisha tu siku 3, manake Tanzania inaposherekea mwezi wa 9, manake huwa naifuatilia sana. Kenya huwa inakuwa na sherehe zao mwezi wa Disemba, siku 3 baadaye. Hiyo ni tarehe 12. Kwa hivyo kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya tumepiga hatua sawa. Ndio tumekuwa na mtafaruku wa kisiasa huku na kule, lakini tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Na ukiangalia Kenya na Tanzania, hizi ni nchi mbili ambazo hazijaipata majaribio ya kijeshi, ama jeshi wanajaribu kupindua serikali, hatujai kuwa nayo. Pia nataka niseme kuwa kama si Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, manake hii ni kitu ambacho Wakenya wanafaa kujua. Mwalimu Nyerere alitusaidia Kenya mara kama 2 kama sijakosea. Nakumbuka kulikuwa na jaribio la kupindua serikali hapa Kenya. Kulikuwa na jaribio la kwanza mwaka 1971 dhidi ya serikali ya aliyekuwa rais wetu wa Kenya Jomo Kenyatta. Na Mwalimu Nyerere akaambiwa na mkuu wa pelelezi, alikuwa anajulikana kama Emilio Mzena, na Mika najua unamfahamu huyu jamaa. Alikuwa mtu top, akiwa anajua kama kuna jaribio ambalo linafanyika katika Tanzania ama nchi jirani, alikuwa anamwambia Nyerere kwamba hivi, na kupitia kwa Mzee Mzena, Nyerere akampigia simu Jomo Kenyatta akamwambia kwamba wanajeshi wa nchi yenu wanapanga kupindua, na akatusaidia. Pia mara ya pili alitusaidia wakati kulikuwa na ile jaribio la mwaka 1900, Wakenya wengi wanajua hili, mwaka 1982, wakati kulikuwa na hilo jaribio la kupindua serikali ya hayati Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, haikufanyika. Na hao walikuwa wamepindua serikali, walikuwa wanapanga kupindua serikali, wakatorokea Tanzania, lakini Nyerere na Moi wakaagana. Pia Moi akasema pia yeye akafanya hivyo, manake kulikuwa na Watanzania walikuwa wanapanga kupindua serikali ya Nyerere. Kwa hivyo Nyerere alikuwa ni mtu ambaye alikuwa muungwana. Kila mwanadamu huwa anakosea, lakini siwezi sema ati Nyerere alikuwa mtu mchoyo. Hakuwa mtu binafsi, alikuwa mtu alijitolea. Hata wakati Tanzania ilipokuwa inasherehekea sikukuu ya Nyerere Day, mimi wanasemanga kwamba hiyo siku ikwe sikukuu ya bara la Afrika. Manake Nyerere alisaidia si tu kanda la Afrika Kusini, hiyo southern part of Africa, pia alitusaidia sisi wa Kenya. Kama si yeye, serikali ya Jomo Kenyatta na ya Moi ingepindulia, Kenya ingekuwa pali pabaya hivi sasa. Hatungekuwa na demokrasia, hatungekuwa tumechagua Mwai Kibaki, hatungekuwa tumemchagua Uhuru Kenyatta. Sasa tungekuwa unasikia mapinduzi za kijeshi zinafanywa hivi, lakini kupitia Mwenyezi Mungu na Nyerere tumeendelea na hiyo uhusiano mwema kati ya nchi zetu mbili. Na mimi matumaini yangu kesho, Mwenyezi Mungu akipenda, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na Mama Samia wataendelea kuboresha mahusiano ya nchi zetu mbili, wa Kenya na wa Tanzania. Pia ataendeleza ile uhusiano mwema kama venye Magufuli alikuwa anaendeleza uhusiano mwema na kati ya Kenya na Tanzania. Japo wanahabari Kenya wanasema kwamba aliharibu uhusiano wetu, ila hilo ni uongo. Sijaisikia Magufuli akisema ati kwamba atafungia Wakenya wasiende Tanzania ama ati Rais Uhuru Kenyatta amesema ati Watanzania wasikuje kuwekeza nchini Kenya. La, hizo tu ni propaganda. Kwa hivyo pongezi sana kwa Watanzania kwa kuadhimisha miaka 60. Pia sisi wa Kenya nataka mtu takie sherehe za Jamhuri, itakuwa siku ya Jumapili, na pia nataka niwatakie Wakenya wenzangu pale ambapo walipo kwamba muwe na sikukuu ya Jamhuri. Enyewe vita hii ya corona tutaishinda. Mungu huwa ashindwi. Kama hivi sasa shirika la afya duniani limeona kwamba Afrika halina kesi nyingi za corona, kutuonyesha kwamba Mungu ako nasi. Mipango ya wazungu kujaribu kusema tu kwamba Waafrika watakufa juu ya corona haijafanikiwa na haitawahi fanikiwa, manake sisi wa Afrika tumekuwa watu bora. Ndio tuko na mashida zetu, tuko na ufisadi, tuko na haki za kibinadamu, watu haki zao zinadhulumiwa, lakini sisi wa Afrika tumekuwa na hilo ushikamano, undugu, umoja. Sisi tunataka amani, sisi hatutaki vita. Na kama venye Mwalimu Nyerere alikuwa akisema kwamba ati kama mtu anatii kiongozi mbaya, alikuwa anaambia wafanyikazi nchini Tanzania ati kwamba kama unatii mfanyikazi wako mwenye ni mbaya, utiifu huo unazaa ubinafsi ama unazaa kujipendekeza, na hiyo kujipendekeza inazaa mauti. Heri ufe kwa sababu umekataa kutii maamuzi mabaya, kuliko utii maamuzi mabaya alafu ufe kwa sababu ulikataa kusaidia watu wako ama wananchi wako. Kwa hivyo Nyerere alikuwa kiongozi bora. Najua Tanzania hii mwaka wamekuwa katika kipindi kigumu baada ya kumpoteza rais wenyu Magufuli, na tunaomba Mungu ailaze roho yake mahali pema peponi tena. Najua angekuwa hapa angefurahia sana. Najua mzee Mkapa pia angekuwa hapa, Nyerere pia, lakini ni Mungu ndo amepanga yao. Hatuwezi mkataza Mwenyezi Mungu. Labda Mungu alipanga ikuwe hivi ndo ili Samia akuwe rais. Hata sisi Kenya najua sisi Kenya pia tulipoteza rais wetu wa kwanza Jomo Kenyatta. Mimi sikuwa nimezaliwa wakati huo, lakini mamangu alikuwa akiniambia ilikuwa wakati mgumu, manake hizo enzi wakati mzee Jomo Kenyatta alipokufa, watu hapa nchini Kenya watu walikuwa wakisema haiwezekani, inawezaje kuwa Jomo Kenyatta ametuacha. Kwa hivyo Tanzania ilikuwa wakati mgumu kwenyu, lakini tuliomba sana, hasa mimi nilikuwa naiombea sana Tanzania. Nilikuwa naomba sana Samia apishwe, kukuwe na amani, kukuwe na utulivu. Juu mimi najua Watanzania wamefunzwa undugu na umoja, kama venye Samia alikuwa akisema kwamba ati hii si wakati wa kunyoshiana vidole, hii ni wakati wa kushikana mikono, mjenge nchi yenu. Hata wale ambao wanakashifu uongozi wake, usikashifu kwa kusema ati kwamba Samia ni mbaya. Ndio, hakuna kiongozi ambaye ni bora, hakuna mtu alizaliwa na uongozi. Kila mtu anakosea. Kama Samia amekosea, mshauri mseme amekosea hivi, lakini si kukosea kuanza kusema ati kwamba unaanza kumlinganisha na hayati Magufuli, unaanza kumlinganisha na Mwalimu Nyerere, Mkapa. La, manake kuna kitu ambacho mimi nataka niseme hapa. Watanzania mko na bahati sana. Mna nchi ambayo nyinyi hamjui ukabila ni nini. Si kama hapa Kenya ati tuko na ukabila. Sisi tunajuana hapa kwa kikabila. Manake mimi kama natoka jamii ya Wakikuyu na Wakikuyu ni wengi huku. Sasa kabla mtu anisalimie kama kusema habari yako, nasema jina yangu, lakini unasikia nasalimia mtu kwa jina ya kikabila. Ati wewe ni Mkikuyu, ati nyinyi Wakikuyu ni wabaya, nyinyi Wajaluo ni wabaya, lakini nyinyi wa Tanzania hamna hiyo. Ndio najua mna makabila zenyu kina Nyamwezi, kina Sukuma, lakini nyinyi mnasalimiana kama Watanzania. Na mimi naomba sana pia Kenya tukue kama nyinyi. Najua kutengeneza nchi kama ya Tanzania miaka 60 haijakuwa rahisi kwa Rais Nyerere, haikuwa rahisi. Najua ilichukua miaka mingi sana hakikisha kwamba ukabila umekwisha nchini Tanzania, na alifanikiwa. Na mimi pia kitu cha pili naweza kuambia Watanzania, hivi sasa si wakati wa kunyoshiana vidole. Tusianze kusema ati awamu ya 6 imefanya vibaya. Ndio huwa nafuatilia mambo mengine, najua kuna zingine Samia akisema na kubadiana nazo, kuna zingine nikiona amesema kwamba hivi huwa nasema hajafanya vizuri, lakini si kumnyoshia kidole. Nakumbuka alisema kwamba yeye hakutarajia atakuwa rais. Yeye ilitokea kibahati mbaya, na si yeye alitaka kuwa rais, ni katiba ndio ilisema akuwe rais. Manake wadhifa ambao alikuwa anashikilia ilikuwa ya makamu wa rais. Kwa hivyo yeye si ati alijichagulia kuwa rais. Manake nyinyi mlitoka katika uchaguzi mwaka mmoja ulioweza kupita. Yeye tu alikuwa makamu wake, alikuwa naibu wake. Alikuwa anamsaidia katika hafla za kitaifa, anaenda kuwakilisha nchini Tanzania katika bara la Ulaya ama katika kongamano la Umoja wa Kimataifa. Lakini wakati hili tukio lililotokea, hakuna mtu alitarajia. Hata mimi sikutarajia ati kwamba Magufuli angeenda hivyo mapema. Mimi nilikuwa nimetamani sana hata angemaliza muhula wake, lakini Mungu akapanga yale ambayo aliyapanga. Kwa hivyo Watanzania, nyinyi mna bahati sana. Msidanganywe na wachochezi kutoka nje. Ati mtu anasema juu ametoka Ulaya, ati juu ni Mtanzania mwenzenyu anatoka Ulaya, anawaambia ati serikali ya huyu si nzuri, inawadhulumu nyinyi. Ni uongo. Kama ingekuwa inawadhulumu, si ningekuwa nazisikia hizi habari kila siku, lakini mbona sizisikii? Kwa sababu Watanzania wamekataa kudhalilishwa na wale vibaraka. Na ndio maana huwa nafurahishwa na Mwalimu Nyerere, kwa sababu Nyerere alikuwa akisema kwamba mjichunge na hao vibaraka ambao wanawekwa na wazungu. Wazungu hawana interest yao kubwa katika bara la Afrika si kuleta uongozi bora. Wanaweka hao vibaraka kuiba mali, rasilimali za nchi zenyu. Kama venye rafiki yangu kutoka Msumbiji amesema kwamba wazungu wanakuja na ile diversion ya puppets, wanaweka watu wao, hawajali maisha ya wananchi wao. Wataiba rasilimali zenyu kama dhahabu, gesi, mafuta, na wataenda waibe, waende wafiche katika akaunti za Ulaya. Kwa hivyo mtu asiwadanganya. Hata mimi huwa natoka, mimi ni Mkenya, najua tuko na shida zetu, ndio huwa tunakuanga na ufisadi, lakini si kusema ati kwamba hata ukienda Kenya ati utaibia. Ndio kuna wezi, ndio, lakini si wote. Kwa hivyo tuache kuwa na dhana ya kiujinga ya kusema ati kwamba ati sisi Afrika hatuwezi. Tunaweza. Hata leo nimesikia ati kwamba ati bara ya Ulaya imesema ati Tanzania ni hatari, ati usiende kusafiri ati kwa sababu kuna janga la corona. Kama saa hii ni tu leo tu nimetoka kuona Watanzania wakifurahia, wameenda sherehe, wengine wanafanya kazi. Mimi sijaona yeyote ambaye amegonjeka juu ya corona ama hata hapa Kenya. Kwa hivyo hizi ni dhana ambazo wazungu wanatumia Wanataka kutufanya sisi wa Afrika tuonekane wabaya, lakini sisi si wabaya. Tuko na mashida zetu. Sisi hatuhitaji kibaraka ya mzungu akuja kututatulia. Sisi tunataka kuchagua viongozi ambao tutawa question, tutauliza maswali, tutauliza wakati tulipokuchagua ulisema utapigana na vita dhidi ya ufisadi, mbona hujapigana nao? Lakini hawa wazungu hawataki hilo. Wanasema kwamba wanaleta demokrasia katika bara la Afrika, lakini demokrasia yao ni mbovu. Watu wanafikiria kwamba demokrasia ni ile ati unachagua kiongozi. Demokrasia ni haki yangu na yako. Haki yako ikidhalilishwa, pia haki yangu imedhalilishwa. Ndio tunaweza kuwa tuna vyama tofauti, tunaweza kuwa tuko nyuma ya vyama tofauti, lakini haki yako ikidhalilishwa, kesho yangu itadhalilishwa. Kwa hivyo tuuliza maswali viongozi wetu. Tusipouliza tutabaki na shida. Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa na hayo machache ya kusema, na tena na pongezi sana kwa ndugu zetu wa Tanzania kwa kuadhimisha miaka 60 ya uhuru, na pia nawatakia Wakenya wenzangu sikukuu njema ya Jamhuri na Mungu awabariki.
Amen. Let me try to translate this, but yes, let me try to translate it right now. All right, guys. That was my brother from Kenya, and he shared a lot of things. I'm gonna try to translate as much as I can. Yes. All right. Appreciate. Let me just do this for now. All right, guys. So let me translate for you a little bit, but I appreciate Nati was trying also at the same time to tell us what he was talking about, and it's gonna be a little quick. So first of all, Mr. John from Kenya, he started with congratulate Tanzania for 60 years of independence and this achievement, how it came. And he pointed out about that Tanzania, it's a symbol of peace in Africa, because for 60 years, we have been in, you could say we have been in peace. Like you cannot really find, anything when it comes to civil war, when it comes to different stuff that are happening here in Tanzania. You cannot really find that. It's one of the peaceful countries, here in Africa. So he was actually sharing that and argue all Tanzanians to be grateful for that. And also he went ahead, he was speaking about the Jamhuri Day. Jamhuri pretty much is like Republic Day when when Kenya became public. For 58 years, they will be celebrating 3 days from now. And that's going to be 12th of December. So I just want to say this, John. On Sunday, you said you were looking forward to do something. We're going to celebrate here together in this One Africa Forum. So I want to argue you to invite all Kenyans. And on that day, we're going to celebrate here with you. You're going to come here and share with us, some stuff. You can have a session and share with us a little bit about that day and how special it is. And all of us together as One Africa Movement will be here to celebrate a special day. You guys will be celebrating 58 years, right, of Republic, right? So we're going to be here to celebrate with you guys together. Also, he went ahead and share about that Tanzania and Kenya, we have really strong relationship with one another, but also we should be grateful because these are one of the few countries that they never had, how can I say, like, how can I say this in English? It's like the revolution, like when you have, like, let's say the military people take over the government, right? Like having pretty much like, war between, yourself within the country. So it says that's something to celebrate. But not only that, but it's because of the foundation of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, what he did back in the days. And he went ahead and he mentioned, he was telling Kenyan that I really hope that Kenya, we can appreciate this because Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, he supported Kenya twice from against the government revolution. Like there was a plan for people to take over the government, and through Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, he told the president of Kenya at that time, it was Kenyatta, Jomo Kenyatta, he told him, and they were able to actually secure and to protect the government of Kenya because of his support. And he went ahead to compliment Nyerere that he was he said, you know, every man has their own weakness, but he was very selfless and he always fights for Africa. And he's saying that I want to show you a video here that Nyerere, he said something back in the days. One of my friends, he sent this to me and it's really good. It's in Swahili, so I'm going to translate for you guys to, yeah, let me show you this, guys. It's very important video and I think you guys, you will love it. Let me show what Nyerere was trying to say. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, I think it's here. All right, this one. Let me show you. This is what he said.
Jitihada yangu ilikuwa ni kushawishi nchi za Afrika Mashariki zote, Kenya, Uganda, na Tanganyika, na Zanzibar, tuungane tuwe nchi.
So what he said, my job or my responsibility or my desire is to see all the countries in East Africa coming together and be united and be one thing. Be one thing. He said that's what he's fighting for. Jitihada zangu. It's like my work. I'm like, this is what I'm working. This is what I'm wishing. This is what I want to happen in these East African countries. All right. And then he continues. So that's my job. That's my work.
Kwa hiyo wakati yanafanyika mapinduzi ya Zanzibar, nilikuwa niko kati ya mazungumzo na Kenyatta na Obote.
He said, you know, I don't know if you guys, you know, that there were Zanzibar revolution. And he said at that time, when it was happening in Zanzibar, and they're trying to take it over the government, at that time, he was in the conversation with Jomo Kenyatta from Kenya. And I think this is he's the founding father of Uganda. So yeah, so he was in the conversation to talk with Kenya and Uganda if all these three countries will join their effort and become one country. Like literally he said one country. Nchi moja, like one country. He was in that conversation that, hey, why don't we come together and be one country? All right. So he said, even before Tanzania gained its independence in 1961, he was talking to Jomo Kenyatta and the president of Uganda that time to be one. And he said, even right now, yes, Obote, yes, Obote. So he said he was talking to them to make sure that Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania become one country. Before the independence of Tanzania, and even right now, that means the time that we already gained independence.
I would prefer to call myself an African.
He said, I think the effort that we've made, we achieved to some extent. That's why right now I'm calling myself Tanganyika. Tanganyika is like, you know, when we gain our independence from the British government, colonialism, you know, we called ourselves Tanganyika. That is before the union between Tanganyika and Zanzibar. And I'll tell you guys the meaning of Tanzania today. I'll tell you guys that. And he says something very important here. He says something here.
I would prefer to call myself an African.
Yeah, he said this. He said, I'll prefer to call myself an African if Africa, all of Africans will come together and be one thing. All right. So he's talking about that unity, that I would like to call myself African. Yeah. So he said at the end, he said something very important. He said that so he basically said that all this, he was talking about colonial boundaries and how they cut the land of Africa. So he said, for me, I don't believe in this. I don't believe on how our countries have been divided. One country, another country, another country. And it's sad that even right now, we are still trying to divide. Even like we are already divided. The whole continent, we are divided. But it's sad that right now we are also trying to divide it, like this part is mine, this part is that, this part is that. And he say that's really sad to see. And I don't know if you guys, you know the history of Tanzania, but the way that the word Tanzania, when you mention Tanzania, Zanzibar is inside Tanzania. But if you just want to talk about the this without Zanzibar, you will say Tanganyika. So the word Tanzania, it came from the word Tanganyika and Zanzibar. When you take Tanganyika and Zanzibar, putting them together, they took some words there, they mixed them together, and then we get the Republic, the United Republic of Tanzania. That's the union between Tanganyika and Zanzibar. All right. So, and when you look at the history, how it came to pass, man, for 60 years, they have been really, and right now we have 60 people watching. All right, 60 years, okay, 68 now. All right, for many years, for 60 years, they've been trying to keep that union going forward, because for so long, people they've been trying to divide Tanzania. I'll tell you the truth, they've been trying to divide Tanzania, like to have Zanzibar by its own, and also to have Tanganyika by its own. But for so long, we have been fighting against that, you know, we are one people and we can never be divided. And if you even when you go to Zanzibar, you might think like you're in another country, but it's still Tanzania. And one thing that we managed to keep it's unity. Because for so long, like so many people, they try to divide because there's so many opportunities in Zanzibar, right? So for colonies and people from outside, they've been trying so hard to divide it so that they may take advantage of Zanzibar. Even electricity in Zanzibar, it comes from Tanganyika here, the place where I am. It goes all the way there. And there's so many things as well when it comes to tourism and things. There's so many ways we're collaborating. Even the president right now, the current president of Tanzania, she's originally from Zanzibar. And it's the first time in history. It never happened. So even that, it actually, it brings something. That's why President Magufuli, he actually decided to choose her to be a vice president because of that union. We're always keeping that union. So all the time, vice president comes from Zanzibar. You see, like all the time, like when you have President Tanzania, it comes from this part, not from the island. But then the vice president always comes from Zanzibar because of that union. They have to keep that union going on, and because of that, they have been given a seat on the government seat for them to represent there and to be there. And right now, we have a president from Zanzibar, so you can see how much Tanzania is trying to go as far as it can go to protect that union, to keep that union going on, because the founding fathers of our countries, Nyerere and Mwinyi, they fought so hard to keep us together, to keep that unity. And so John, he was talking and he was sharing here that one of the very important things that we need to celebrate, and he said the Nyerere Day, we have a Nyerere Day, the day that he died. He said it should not just be a celebration of Tanzania, but that it should be a celebration of Africa, because he was not just a hero of Tanzania, but he was someone who fought for independence of Africa and fought for the union in Africa. And for that moment, he also argued and asked all Kenyans that they have something to learn from Tanzania. Because one thing that Tanzania were blessed with, he said, we do not have tribalism. And that is one of the things that Nyerere, he fought so hard to unite all people of Tanzania. So what he did, he united all these 121 different tribes to be one thing. And he said no to the colonial language English. That's why most of Tanzanians, they cannot speak English. Only people who speak English are those people who went to school, actually study in English. Then they speak English, but he said no to that. So everybody learned Swahili, right? Because he wanted everybody to be one, to be united, to be one thing. And he began with the language. He said, you know what? We have 121 different languages. We cannot be united if we have different languages. Second, he said, we cannot use English, the colonial language, to unite our people. We cannot. We cannot. Because honestly, you're not going to unite people with a colonial language. He said, we cannot. So everybody started to study Swahili, learn Swahili. So right now, Tanzanians, most of us, we're speaking 3 different languages, right? The local languages from your tribe, everybody speaks Swahili, and few people as well speak English. So that's how, that was one of the ways that he united Tanzania. So he started to unite Tanzania and all these 121 different tribes. And then he went to Tanganyika and Zanzibar. He united, and we have the United Republic of Tanzania. And also he went further. He went to Uganda, he went to Kenya as well. And he wanted these 3 countries to be one thing in East Africa. And then that was not enough. He went all the way to Africa, and he wished that Africa, we can have one thing. That's why he said, without unity, there's no future for Africa. And also he said, unity will not make us rich, but it will make it difficult for Africa and Africans to be disregarded and humiliated with others. And therefore, it will increase the effectiveness of our decision when we try to make or when we demand something. It will increase that effectiveness. So you can see the strategy, how he started. And Mr. John, he was saying that that's one of the things that we should be grateful, because honestly, I'll tell you the truth. I don't even know, my friends, which tribe they're coming from, because it's never a topic. It's never a topic, like which tribe are you coming from? And even if it's a topic, it doesn't matter at all. Like, you will never find me or any Tanzanian think that, you know, okay, we have those jokes like, oh, you know, you guys, for example, my tribe people, they always say that you guys, you eat dogs. You know, we used to eat dogs back in the days. All right. And there are tribes that they like money a lot. They like business, right? You always have those people. And then there's a tribes that you always like make fun of them. It's like when people, like everybody makes fun of Chinese, right? So there's these tribes people make fun of, right? You have those things. So you always have those kind of stuff, but you will never ever find anybody think that, you know, oh, your tribe is bad, this tribe is good. But they will suggest you that, hey, if you want to marry somebody, I think you have to marry people from that region. But you always see that oneness. And mind you, we have 121 languages, 121 tribes, but yet we're one thing. So for that, he was saying that in Kenya, we have tribalism, but I want to appreciate for what Nyerere did for Tanzania. And you guys, where you are today, it's because of what he fought so hard for you guys to be there. And he said the improvement of 60 years. He didn't take you guys one day, but it took 60 years to be where you guys are. And I'll tell you the truth, there are people who are against this union, even people inside the country. But those are people that Nyerere, he said, those people, first of all, you need to, this is what he said. This guy, he mentioned it. He said, Nyerere, he said, this is what he said. He said, be careful with those traitors who collaborate with white people, with colonizers, you know, to bring about disunity in the country, or to allow them to come in and take advantage of us, of things that we have. I'm just paraphrasing, guys. They say they're not going to come to help you, but they will come and steal from you. They're not your helpers, but they will come and steal from you. That's what Nyerere said. So he was telling everybody that please be careful with traitors within the country, because they were there since then. When he was here, they were there. And a lot of decisions that he did, it's because of those. And one of the systems that it really helped, and it helped Tanzania to be where it is, it's Ujamaa. And our Minister of Education, he spoke a lot about that. Ujamaa. Ujamaa is like that oneness. You know, you guys can see the Arusha Declaration. I think I shared yesterday as well. And our Minister of Education is shared. You can see this if you want really to understand the foundation or learn something about Tanzania. This is something you can go through. I share the link in the comment section. That means everything is equally. You share everything equally. What you have, I have. What I have, you have. It's literally like living like a family. That's why in the logo of Tanzania, you have the uhuru na umoja. Uhuru is like freedom, umoja, and unity. Those are like two pillars of Tanzania. Uhuru na umoja. Freedom and unity is something that is within, like it's in our blood. So how did we get here? For 60 years, we had this one man who believed in that, who preached about that day and night, and he was ready to sacrifice his life to bring about unity to the continent of Africa, to his own country. And he was always looking after, imagine, because Tanganyika, we gained our independence in 1961. And Zanzibar, I think they gained their independence in 1964. And later on, we began 1963. Let me see here. Let me say this. I'm a little bit confused. Zanzibar. Okay. Zanzibar is, 1963. 1963. So December 10th, 1963, that was the Zanzibar received its independence. And then that's Zanzibar, December 10th, all right? Tanzania independence is December, I think, 9th. Yes, December 9th, 1961. So Tanzania is December 9th, 1961. Zanzibar, So basically it's Tanganyika, 1961, December 9th, Zanzibar, December 10, 1963, and then we had a union together. That a union day is 1964, right? The union, let me see the dates of Tanganyika and Zanzibar. Yes, here it was, 1964 exactly. That was the union. So I guess 1 year later after Zanzibar's independence. So Tanzania, they started first 1961, and then he continued to fight for Zanzibar as well. They gained independence 1963, and then 1964 they became one, and then he was continuing to trying to unite Kenya, Uganda to become one nation, to be literally one country. Can you imagine, like Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania to be one country? All right, and Africa in general. So those are things that he was sharing. I might leave something aside, but yes, and also was talking about the current regime that, you know, it's not a time to point fingers, but it's a time to support, because what has happened to our previous president, it was tragedy. And, you know, he was sending his condolences, and yeah, and he was saying instead of criticize, it's better to advise if you have opinion. Yeah, and he was telling how much Tanzanians are lucky to have this peace and unity that we have. And also he was telling Kenyans that, you know, they shall overcome with this vid crisis that is out there. Because he said, he said this very interesting thing, and I want to show you guys here, for God's sake, man. I'm going to talk about this on the social media. So I was just going through. All right. I was having a little bit of problem here. All right, guys. I was having a little bit of problem here. So one thing I want to show you guys. So this is what he was talking about as well. By the way, again, this is fake news. All right. This is Travel State, U.S. Department government. It's fake news, and never believe it. I'm going to talk about this very soon on my social media. What the heck is wrong with these people? What the heck is wrong with these people? Look at this. Look at what they said. Let me see when it was released. This can't even see. I just saw it here. But he shared about this. This is Travel Advisory, December 6th. Oh, it's just December 6th, 2021. It's a Tanzania level 4. Do not travel. Who told you it's level 4? And do not travel. Do not travel to Tanzania due to COVID-19. Exercise increased caution in Tanzania due to crime, terrorism, and targeting of LGBT person. Come on, man. Crime, terrorism, guys. This is crime and terrorism. Man, I'm here in Tanzania. What kind of terrorism is happening here in Tanzania? This is official from Travel State Government, the U.S. Department of State. Can you see this? And targeting of LGBT person. Get out of here, man. We have our own values and we have our own cultures. You cannot just tell people to not come because of things like this. Crime, terrorism. You're talking about COVID-19. People today, they went to the stadium. Man, I'm here. I've been here for more than a month. I'm telling you this. I've been here for more than a month. I never use mask. I'm not telling people not to use mask. I'm not telling that. Don't get me wrong. But I've been here for more than a month. And I don't see anybody outside who is using that. And I don't see anyone who is dying because of that. I don't see it. I don't see anyone who is sick because of that. I don't see it. And you see our leaders wearing that. That is because of image, because they have to keep that image for international, all these things like this. Man, this is why we are saying no more, man, to Western media, and even not even Western media. This now is U.S. government. No more to U.S. government as well. You're saying level 4, do not travel to Tanzania? For God's sake, I'm gonna talk about that anyways. The Nati is telling me this is how actually the union of Tanganyika and Zanzibar came to pass. So they took the soil of Tanganyika, and also they took the soil of Zanzibar, and then they mixed together 2 presidents of this different part, and this is how Tanzania became one, actually. So that's an amazing story. Yeah. All right, guys. So let me invite as well. I'm gonna share the link in the comment section and invite. If you guys, my team, you're there as well. I'd love to hear your voice as well. Exactly. You're right. You're right, man. You're right. You release something like this officially, everybody see, and everybody think that there's a crimes here, there's terrorism. My government, it didn't see this. This is ridiculous. Crime, terrorism, terrorism. Do you know terrorism? And these guys, man, how can you even talk to these people? How can you even collaborate with these people? They think like this about you. This is how they think about most of countries in Africa. This is what they were saying, that people, they should move away from Addis Ababa because it's not safe and anyone can attack there anytime. This is what they say, and they're still saying it right now. And then you say there's a crime is everywhere. Why don't you talk about US, where people are dying every single day? Even the couple weeks ago, do you know how many rappers have been killed in America? These are influential people that have been killed all the time. Those are crimes. Did you hear anybody here being killed? Anyone here famous? People, they don't even care about famous people. They target them, they kill them every single month. You see somebody has died. They're talking about crime? Crime is you interfering in our business. That's the crime. The crime is you cooperating with terrorist group TPLF to support them to take down the government of Ethiopia. That's a crime. Crime is you taking down Gaddafi, taking his life away. Somebody was serving its people and he has a vision. He had a vision for Africa. That's a crime. Crime is you, what you've done in Pakistan. That's a crime. In Yemen. That's a crime. We're talking about crime. Who are you to talk about crime? You're US government, and you're talking about crime. How many crimes have you committed? How many times have you committed? In what position are you to and Tanzania travel advisory? All right, I'm trying really my level best here not to hate Americans. I'm trying my level best, and I'm not gonna hate them, but I hate I hate the government of America for what they're doing. I hate it. And I'll go to visit there one day, and I'll tell them, I hate you so much. And I took a picture of this. Crime? You're talking about crime? US, you're talking about crime? You're talking about terrorism? So many terrorist activities happen there in the US by them, and they don't call it. If white person go to school, there's this one guy, he went to school and he killed a lot of students there. They don't call it terrorist activity. They don't say it. Just say, oh, this guy, he had, mental disabilities. Mental disabilities? That is crime now. What you guys did to those countries, those are crime. There were a list of those names of the country. You guys, Syria, Yemen, Libya, Afghanistan, whatever it is, Pakistan. I can name all these countries, so many countries. And now they're going after Ethiopia. That is crime. Man, you touch a different angle. All right, you touch a different angle. You're talking about crime, and your point. Look at this useless point. Even the World Organization like WHO. These people they really wanted us to die, I guess. Because God is so good, and this is what Johnny said. He said, God is so good. God is protecting Africa so much. See how many cases in Africa. See how many people are dying in Africa because of COVID-19. And see the list of some other places there. It's not a competition, but for things like this is why I'm talking about this. Travel ban? People running away from your country to come here to relax. Will Smith and his wife, they came here during COVID-19 to relax. This guy, Stephen Curry, he came here with his wife to celebrate their marriage. And after he came here, Professor Ezra shared with me this post, and after he came here to celebrate, he has been scoring a lot of goals there. Because he got special anointing from Tanzania. People have been running away, they're coming. And do you know how many Americans, they run away from America, they move here to Tanzania? Do you know how many Europeans, even Germans? I know this because I was watching the day when President Magufuli died and when they were burying him. There were a lot of Germans, they came there. They said, we came to support this man because he was the only man. He was one of the men that he stood and he said, no, I'm not going to lock down the country and we're just going to pray about this. They came to say bye to his body. I was watching the news to appreciate. So this man, he stood against them. He didn't fall. He said, no. You want me to take your vein? I'm not going to take them. First of all, he said, bring them. And then he tested on, trees and all these things. And then they found COVID-19 in goats and everything. He said, no, we're not going to use it. Those guys, they came, they said, I came to Tanzania. This is what they say. They say, I came, they were Germans. They say, I came to Tanzania because of this man. And I came here, the life here is good. They were showing the little kids, our kids, how can a little kid wear a mask for 27 hours? How do you want a little kid to breathe? Okay, I'm not against that, but I'm saying those people, they were saying that I wanted my kid to at least to have a fresh air. That's why I came here. And then you're saying, according to what? You're saying that do not travel to Tanzania. Man, I've been here for more than a month. All right, God is protecting me. I'm not bragging that I'm safe, that most of my people are safe, because I know it's a sensitive topic, but God is protecting Africa. And that's why you put a ban on South African countries, 8 of them, while you know that that new variant, it didn't come from Africa. And you didn't say anything about European countries. Shame on you, US government. Shame on you. Shame on you. And this, we're not going to stand for this. I'm going to talk about this. You will just wait. After this session, I'm going to talk about this. This is ridiculous. Come and see how people live here. Don't just write your stuff there. Come and see how people live here. Look at this. I didn't even read the whole thing. Let me see here what they're saying, for God's sake. Mtwara region in southern Tanzania due to the threat of terrorism. Come on, man. This is what they say about Addis Ababa. God, I didn't even know it's happening in my country. I didn't know that they've been talking about this about my country. Oh my goodness, man. I don't know what kind of psychopathic this is psycho these are psychopaths here, all right? These are psychopaths here. How can you these are psychopaths. These people they do not even deserve to lead the country. These are psychopaths. All right, let me just say that publicly. This is psychopathic mindset right here. These are psychopaths. Why do you work so hard to ruin the image of Africa? Dang, man. Government, say something about this. And you know what? We don't even need you to come anyways. Don't come. Don't come, for God's sake. We don't need you to come. Man, if I was a president of this country, I would lock the door. I'll put a ban on them. Don't come to my country. Let Africans visit other African countries. And I'm telling you, man, I'll be very disappointed if there's a country in Africa is banning some African people to visit. I'll be really very disappointed. Be very disappointed. This is ridiculous. And this psychopathic mindset. This is ridiculous. This is evil. Spread lies about Tanzania. Terrorism? Do you know terrorism? In history of Tanzania, in such a thing never happened in the history of Tanzania. For 60 years, 60 years of independence, something like that never happened. Never happened. And you're talking about threat of terrorism in Mtwara region. Do you even know where is Mtwara region? These are psychopaths. These. And okay, let me say this. I've been talking a lot about Ethiopia and what they're trying to paint about Addis Ababa and what's going on there. But today, I felt it in my gut. All right. Felt it. And guys, I haven't started talking yet. We are going to talk about that. I haven't started to talk about this. We're going to fight this. All right? We're going to fight this with everything I got. I'm going to fight with everything I got. And bring whatever you want to bring on. And we'll see. So if you guys are with me, we're going to fight this. You know, my people from Ethiopia, you understand this. We're going to fight this so bad. All right. Yeah, I saw this, Chrissy. I saw this, and I tweeted. I made a tweet about this. Let me read my tweet. What I said. I made a tweet about this. I saw this. This is psychopathic. Let me show you. I made a tweet about this. Let me read it here for you. I don't need to show you. Let me read it here for you. I wrote. This is what I said. I shared this on my Twitter, and I said, "Why can't you leave Ethiopia alone?" No, I think I need to post. Why can't you leave Africa alone? And why can't you leave Tanzania alone? Get out of here, man. Why can't you leave Ethiopia alone? Don't pretend to care for Africa. You never did, and you never will. You went to Kenya to talk about Ethiopia. Now you're going to UAE. Why don't you cooperate with the government of Ethiopia instead? It's annoying. That's what I said. It's annoying. It's really annoying. That was 7 hours ago I shared this. And then I continued. Wow, and 1,000 people, they retweeted it. That's amazing. And then I said, our eyes are wide open. And we know your agenda. We won't leave Ethiopia alone. We are standing in unity to defend Africa's pride. Africa shall prevail in unity. Let me pin this to my profile because I tweeted a lot of stuff after this. Yes. I had to tweet about it because I saw that news. I saw this. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. How can you go to Kenya to try to resolve the conflict that is going on in Ethiopia? And why do you want to go to collaborate with Egypt, UAE, and Turkey to talk about the conflict that is going on in Ethiopia? This is ridiculous. Why don't you cooperate with the government of Ethiopia? Did they say no to talk to you? Why you don't want to talk to them? Why you don't want to go there and speak with the leader of the government? Why you treat him like a little kid? Why are you treating Africa like a little babies and you're daddy of these nations? Get out of here. Even you were colonized and you gained your independence 1776, not long ago. You were a slave to America. You were a slave. And that's why the only thing you know is to enslave people. Get over your history, man. Get over your history. Because the only thing you think about, the only thing you know is to take advantage of other people, is to destroy the image of other people and make yourself look good, look better, look like American dream. What kind of American dream are we talking about here? That's ridiculous. That's a shame. It's a shame. Man, I've never felt like this before. If you're an American, I don't hate Americans, all right? I hate your government, and you know it. And even your people that are speaking about it. This is ridiculous, and it's a shame, and get over that. Because you're not going to take advantage of Africa anymore. Why you cannot just go and sit down with the Prime Minister to talk about this? This guy is reaching out to African leaders to talk about what is going on there. It's talking about the peace in that region. What are your interests in the Horn of Africa? What do you want there? Do you want Red Sea? What do you want? Why you don't have clear agendas? Why you always have to go behind the scene? Why you always have to act as if you care so much? And shame of those African countries who are cooperating with them to take down some other African countries. Shame of you, and all of you, you're going to fall down so hard one day if you don't change. Not only change, if you don't repent as well. Because people are dying by you cooperating with colonialists. Take down African countries, innocent people. If you really love Africa and if you really want to support, why don't you go and support taking down the terrorist group in that country? And you can do that. Why you're not doing that? Why you keep painting these negative image about our countries? You don't even know what's going on here on the ground. Are you here? You don't know what is happening here. You have no idea what is happening here. You have no idea. You still get your vaccine. You still get like first shot, second shot, third shot, and you're still using your mask. Because you can get it anyways. And why coming after our countries? You see countries having peace, having stability, and this is what you do. This is what you do. And for God's sake, it's the time for Tanzanian and African government to speak about these things. It's the time to speak about these things. Like something like this, man, you have to ban this on this region, like never to happen. Like if I go, I try to find what you can never access that website. It's a time to do that, and we have that ability. Why don't we do it? Why don't we do it? Governments, they can stop all these whatever. There was a time they stopped YouTube here in Tanzania. It was not operating unless you use VPN. Why don't you do for things like this? These are things that we cannot endorse. We cannot just sit down and look at them and be like, oh, you guys are, and some people is out there speaking about, oh, you know, America, oh, Joe Biden. Joe Biden? Sleepy Biden? December 6th, 2021, this is what they wrote. Man, I don't, man. Anyways, I'm gonna come to talk about this a lot. It's on now. It's on, people. It's on. Hey, it's on. Let them call me a hater, but it's on. All right. My brothers are here. His Excellence Ezra and Swahili Nation partner, The Voice. I just found out about this article, but it's not supposed to be this. I'm supposed to be celebrating. But how are you gonna celebrate after seeing something like this? You think you have, man, and it's really sad that you think like they are your partners, and this is what they say about your country. This is what they say about your country, literally. That's why your President Ezra, he was frustrated about what Sleepy Biden said about South Africa. That's why he was frustrated. And I hope, man, our people, the leaders, it's the time to talk about this stuff. Somebody write about this, you go, you speak about it, you have a special meeting, you talk about it, and you say that Tanzania is safe, people are living amazing here, come and visit and enjoy Tanzania. It's a time to respond to this. All right, guys, I'm going to give you, you guys can go ahead and share if you want to answer that question. Please, you can go ahead. For me, what I will do, I'm going to tweet this stuff right now.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to Africa. Happy Independence Day.
Thank you.
And I see your patriotic emotions. People feels it, we see it, but never bow to the enemy. We got emotion, we're human. If we're gonna do something about it, we're gonna do it systematically. This is about December 6th being issued, Independence Day today. Let's see the next African country celebrating Independence Day. Let's see a pattern. Let's see something that is going to be factual on the ground in Africa. Yes, there's voices that's been across Africa with no more movement. And your government is probably taking, of course, the no more movement. You're the first one, Ibariki Africa, wrote in your national anthem. And anytime that you're going to stand on no more, there will be a lot of bans coming to Africa. It's one thing that whatever that they have in mind, whatever that they want, they're planning, we stand strong with Tanzania. You have a lot of brothers and sisters that are with you in prayers, standing with you. Don't be emotional. We're moving. We're doing the right things. People are listening. Remember, we're Africans. We're awakened. We know what's going on. And we'll strive for Africa to prevail. A lot of people has no mind on what they want to do about Africa when it comes to the Western world. But you know what? We have the biggest continent, beautiful culture, beautiful people living under God. So whatever they write is their political agenda. They want to make us bow down. Abiy proved that. And we coming on top. We got a right to senators in America and ask the right questions. Why are we banned whenever you feel like it? What is the intelligence that you gathering, or is it on a factual base, or is it based on fake news? We're gonna have to question that. There's no more about just me being Ethiopian. It's about me being African. It is the core that they want to take down. And they started in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is putting it together to the whole world and prove their wrongdoing. Prove over and over the colonialism that we thought we abolished. No, they try to retake Africa again. But today is independence of, mark my word, is Independence Day celebration for Tanzania. And they're putting a ding to it. So we can get aggravated, questioned. We're not going to lose our vision, our mission for One Africa, the Pan-African movement that's been taken down several times, took a lot of blow. People being murdered, assassination that's been done in the soil of Africa. Every African are responsible to protect your leaders. You protect your leader, you'll see a difference. We all stand together with Tanzania. Believe me, this is just something that they're going to put out there to aggravate. And let's start investigating on the rest of Africa. Ethiopia, we know. Now we know about Tanzania. There's a ban. And we know about 10 countries, there's a ban because of COVID. There's so many bans that's coming in and out. And let's keep our emotion to go strong and to build a better Africa. We're on the path. It's a matter of us listen to one another and support one another. You're not alone, Mika. Tanzania is not alone. She's still part of the map that drew for us in Africa. So nothing will happen to Tanzania. We'll stand by you. I myself, as an Ethiopian, I stand by Tanzania. It is a country that I'm very proud after listening the national anthem yesterday. First, Ibariki Africa. Second, Ibariki Tanzania. I think you have the most beautiful country that thought about the rest of us, African, before thinking about herself, Tanzania. And believe me, we will prevail. We're going to keep on the fight. This is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. Love you, Tanzania. In Tanzania, we stand with you.
Appreciate, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mwenda Tezi, I know you're here, brother. What are your thoughts?
Oh, hi, Miko.
Hey, hello, brother. Welcome.
Yeah, I would like to wish you guys a happy Independence Day.
Thank you, brother.
It's unfortunate about the travel advisory, but it's not new. Not these tactics are not new. We've been seeing them even in Kenya. I think we've been on those ends of travel advisories. Ethiopia, South Africa, I think is on one. These are their tools. This is how we are used to them. Okay, let me go back to the independence of Tanzania. I'd like to quote. No, Julius Nyerere was a very intelligent. I don't think there has been an intelligent leader in Africa like Julius Nyerere. Especially when you read about him, you learn that he used to do some very incredible things. Like he used to, William Shakespeare. Yeah, he translated William Shakespeare into Kiswahili. Things like that. Some very interesting facts about him. I think he's the first person. So he was a very big scholar. But my favorite quotes from him, actually two of his quotes are my favorites. One is to put it in English, let others go to the moon. We must work on feeding ourselves. So, and it's really unfortunate actually that I don't know which year he said this, but he had to say till then, still we are still struggling to feed ourselves. So I feel like it should really be some sort of criticism that in some parts of Africa, that why are we struggling with this thing that even our forefathers were wise enough to see. So it gives us a very interesting perspective in a grand scale, in a macro way, that we see that some of these problems that we need to deal with them before we start thinking about other things. Like the way he said, like, let others go to the moon. I think that time there was the USA and the Russia fighting to go to the moon. He said, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not start having plans that, let us just start with the basics. Let's start with the basics. Let's start by feeding ourselves. And it really inspired me. It really, it's like, yeah, this is what I've been trying to say. And then, okay, let me go to my second quote. He's one of the most quotable leaders, I think, in Africa. His second quote, which is also a point of criticism to us as Africans. He said that if the British were to come back today, they will laugh at us because we have ruined their estates. So I think he was speaking to the state of affairs in Africa and how things worked during colonialism and how things are in fact functioning now. And he was offering a very interesting perspective, a very sharp criticism that us as so I don't know how this conversation will go, but I was going to give that perspective, that these are perspectives that people not a lot of people talk about. That these leaders of ours, our forefathers, were very self-critical. So I think that's basically my point. I think a lot of people have spoken before me, have spoken a lot of points. So I just wanted to give something new, a new perspective. So yeah, that's it.
Appreciate Mwenda Tezi. 3 days later, you guys are having a special day. So that day, come. It will be your session, guys. Come and share some stuffs about Kenya. And invite your Kenyan friends and everybody. You can have that session, and we can celebrate here together as one Africa for that special day, and not just celebrate, because it will be just like the old thing, like what we do all the time, but to look way forward, like how to carry on from this point forward. I know it's 3 days after this, so that would be beautiful. Mr. Ezra, I appreciate. I want to appreciate for the super chat as well. Let me read this before I allow Ezra. This one, my brother Rahel G, my sister, say happy Independent Day to Tanzanians. Africa is big continent from world. African leaders must ask to have veto power and permanent security seats at UN due to Western government's superior and new colonialism. Africa is behind. Thanks. Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. Thank you for the super chat to Rahel. That means a lot. Dominique Loro is a check out SafePal. Is the answer for Africa in just 10 years if we start investing in. I don't know why, that guy still not coming to share about this, because we were supposed to have a session about this. But I appreciate for this. Dominic Loro, you are Canadian, right? I appreciate for this. We were supposed to have a session to talk about this. Somebody was supposed to come and talk about it. But if you know things in detail about this, reach out to us, One Africa Official at gmail.com. Reach out to us, and maybe we can arrange something. Yeah. I have Tanzanians in the house here, Mika. It's Swahili skills from Tanzania. I appreciate. Yeah, all right. You can go ahead, brother.
Oh, can you hear me? His Excellency.
Yes, His Excellency.
His Excellency. Yeah, so much to talk about. And first of all, I'd love to say Happy Independence Day to Tanzania. And a great nation that has hosted a lot of liberation movements. And when we talk about hosting, they've literally allocated land and resources, especially to the oldest liberation movement, which is the ANC. It had bases there in Tanzania and Zambia. Those are the two countries that really had bases for their military operation. And just a quick history of how much, and it was not just South Africa only, a lot of countries in the southern part of Africa that had white minority rule, like Zimbabwe, Namibia, even to a certain extent a little bit of Mozambique. But it has been a nation that has hosted so much, and it has fed so many nations. And it's just from my side, from me here in South Africa, I'd love to say thank you to Tanzania for playing a role in the 6 years. It has been a productive 6 years. It was not a wasteful 6 years. They even brought Zanzibar into unity with Tanganyika, and that's some of the achievements that we can talk about in terms of political history and achievements in terms of what Tanzania has done, and also pushing the Pan-African movement in terms of trying to gather Africans to come together with leaders like President Julius Nyerere, advocating for the Union of Africa and for Africans to work together in building this continent, because they knew that if we are all together working together, there won't be a nation, won't be a continent where it's skewed, where other countries are doing well, others are doing less, or they are falling behind. But if we are all pulling with one voice, with one strength, then the continent can rise out of poverty. And I think you mentioned another question about in the 6 years, just looking at all the African countries, what they've done since getting independence from all the former colonies, whether France or British or German, whatever. I think the only thing that we tend to forget, or that was left, we must remember that the Europeans did not leave Africa out of free will. There was a lot of pressures, and the British Empire, for example, for it to leave many African countries, it was going through a lot of economic challenges, and hence they had to start moving away. But they didn't want to leave. They still had interest. They still wanted to be part and parcel of controlling the continent. That's why when we talk about soft power, the Americas, they're using that. Even today, some of the system, they left the systems that they know that even if they are not there physically, they can still control nations. And all the liberation movements, one of the things I think where they failed to achieve was creating new systems that will be African based and African climatized to Africa and cater for what Africans need. That's where they didn't do that. That's why the systems are still the systems of the Europeans. Hence, they can easily control us because it's their system. We can't move, we can't modify this motor because this car is made by them. So that's why they still have an influence in how we run our affairs, even our systems. We just took over. It's like you just remove a white person and you put a lot of black faces, and then we thought that's independence. Yes, that's part of, but the liberation movements, many of them fail in creating systems, new systems that are going to really cater for the people and create systems that are based in Africa, that are working for Africans. That's where we try to do a copy and paste model in most of our affairs. That's why we are failing, because we are doing copy and paste won't work. If different environment, different climates, different systems, we need to know that some things we cannot do a copy and paste because we don't even know the historical ways of how this thing was done for us. That's why we're always running to them, because it's their system. Indirectly, they're just keeping quiet. They won't tell you and say, hey, you need to really scrap our system and start your own things, because that'll mean they'll lose power and they'll lose influence. So as long as we are still using the systems that are not made, was not made by us, even if we say we are a black nation, we are this, we'll all talk black power, but as long as we are not talking about black systems, black people now creating their own system in this new world and making sure that we are catering things that are going to be conducive for our environment and for our people, and technology that will be affordable for our people, so that there will be an inclusion in growth instead of only few people, only few blacks that we are seeing rising and we're thinking it's achievement, of which it's not dragging the whole lot of people in Africa. So we need systems that are going to really cater for each and everyone in such a way that it will be cheap also to implement. We won't be having governments that are saying they don't have money to implement this or build schools because they have to buy this. All the equipment they are buying is from other nations and whatnot. So, but if we can get to a point where we can really sit down, and I think if we can sit down and really think, what do we really need to do? I think sometimes we're just rushing to develop, then we are making bad deals with everyone. The Chinese are here, Chinese man is coming with money, come and build this, come and assist us with this. While we're not sitting down to really say, in this, what do we really benefit in this? They'll give you a plan. When they're doing the presentations, the project managers will always, it'll look good. Or if it's a salesperson, he'll really make the deal look good. But we have to really look at the finer details in terms of how much is really, really going to affect the people of the country. And as a government, how much debt are we left with when we adapt some of this so-called big projects for development and whatnot. So, and another thing about the travel, some of the SADC countries being banned from traveling to other nations. I think South Africa has been trying to do a campaign, but this has been for years now, that they're looking to make locals. They've been promoting a lot of tourist places, that more locals should be going to those places instead of us relying on the people coming from other nations to come in our country to enjoy and bring the dollars, bring the euros and whatnot. So such things where it's also an opportunity. We should not also see it in a bad light to say they are banning us, they're saying this about us. Sometimes it's also good when people are showing their true colors, so that we can also wake up and say, you know what, then we need to look at ourselves and how we can also do something that will benefit us. We need to travel our own continent and we need to travel our own countries, so that even if somebody is not coming to our country, we still do fine. We still eat our ugali, we still eat our meat, we're still fine. We can continue pushing our trade. So this is an opportunity for us as Africans to travel amongst our nations, instead of us crying for the dollar that somebody must come and come and enjoy the tourist places in our countries. So it's also an opportunity. We can take it that way to say, let's promote each other's tourism in our nations, in our continent, as we are here now finding out that we are being blocked. And one of the things that I've been observing is somehow, because Africa has the lowest rate of infection in terms of the COVID, currently, many African people are not game to take the vaccine. Somehow, this could be just another turnaround strategy to push Africans into taking the vaccines, because they know that now a lot of Africans, some of them need to go back to study overseas, some of them need to go do business, and some of them need to do different things. But now they'll be boxed in such a way that they'll be forced to now take the vaccine, and then they got you where they wanted you to take the vaccine, then come to our country knowing that now more Africans are taking the vaccine because they cannot go anywhere. But if Africans can tell themselves that we don't really need to be rushing there. Now everything is online. You can do your online classes. You don't need to be doing your master's or PhD overseas. You can even do those things online, do them remotely. Maybe we'll go once or twice to go see your moderators and whatnot. So basically, I see it in that way, that they're trying to push the vaccine problem, the vaccine issue. Even here in the country, there's companies now that are also pushing for mandatory vaccination for work purposes. Some companies have already adopted that system, saying by April next year, all the employees need to start having the vaccine. So when you look at such things, it's also just a drive. This thing, people, they just look at it as the 8 nations, but the plan will be eventually the whole African countries won't be able to be travel to other nations. They'll just tell you, because they're trying to push also the vaccine drive, because Africa, the rate is very low compared to many countries in Europe and in the US or in the Americas. So this is also another strategy. We have to wise up and see these things for what they are, and also try to, as I'm saying, we need to now, this is also boxing us to look home, to say, no, do I really need to go to America? I can go to Mauritius, there's nice beaches there. I can go to Zanzibar, there's nice beaches there. I can go to Malindi in Kenya. I can go to so many places. I can go to Ghana, I can go to Nigeria, I can go to so many places. It's now time to market our businesses as Africans, to intertrade. Since we are having this intertrade, this is also something that we need to start home before we're rushing to go to those countries and trying to looking for greener pastures. I think it's time now to make the the grass greener in our continent, and then we can talk about going overseas. Going overseas will be just maybe to network, do more business, but it shouldn't be our main focus for us as Africans if we are to build, if we are really serious, or else we'll be just talking the same issue 100 years later. That's just my part, His Excellency. I'll leave it to Big E. I don't know if he wants to add something.
Yes, I just want to add, we got to differentiate different bans that's been posted against, like Central Africa. The whole Central Africa is banned. You got actually he said 8, but there are 10 nations that has been added. The number keeps adding on banning, but the 10 nations that have been added as for the COVID issue, the same thing that whenever they issue, we have to use their own tools. That you come into my country, you banning me, you come into my country, I need to see your passport, and I want to see your health. In the old days, we used to have, whenever you travel abroad, you always have that yellow card, the health yellow card that you have, TB shots and all that, extra. In fact, when I came in, I had to have an X-ray in my chest in order to identify the TB. TB is there because they injected us with the TB itself. So it always shows. So the bans that we have to understand is, are they baseless? We're going to have to identify those. It can be political, and politically, we're just going to have our political fighters to come up front and fight these things. And we have every tools that is available out there for us to fight against political trouble bands. Okay. When it comes to healthcare, yes, this is about COVID now. We got another variant in Africa. They even finished the first shot. We don't have the right to even produce our own vaccines. So right there, it shows you who's the money mongering and the greed that comes from the Western pharmaceutical companies, and not having the open patent or licenses in order for us to manufacture the vaccine itself. And we're just taking it away, saying, "Hey, we got this variant, or we got this COVID-19." It became like the whole world need to take a shot. And if you look at it, the distribution itself is not even uh, it's not even to all the African nations. There are different countries also that are suffering, not being able to get the vaccine itself. And we know these bans are based on a lot of it is based on political issues. Um, God knows who's supposed to be traveling out of those countries that has the key information to deliver to the Western world. So they have to ban it so they can think it over. So it's a strategy. They always strategize. They'll give you 20 years of statistics on how who is going to be whom. You know, but at the same time, they forgot we are spiritual humans. We got the spirit. We got souls. So one soul will revolt against millions and make a difference. Okay, and not to go. The apple don't fall far from the tree. So look at what Abiy is doing. What Abiy is trying to address the continent and address the world, that he will prevail. He went to the war front line, making sure that this country is not going to break apart. And he has the support of all Ethiopia. So these are the kind of movement we've got to learn from leaders that are really effective on what they're doing. And eventually we need to have historical data on one leader or the other leader or this leader that made a change in his approach for the benefit of Africa. So we have to be aware these bans can be political, they can be health, it can be anything, any which way that benefits them. When I say them, it's the Western world, whatever that benefits them. And another thing that I want to add, the most beautiful thing that I can quote that is from Denzel Washington when he says, it's not about race, it's about culture. So the African culture is multicultural, multi. But we have one common thing, that we love our countries. You can ask anybody that has a little turf, whatever that he's working, he loved his turf and then understand his nation. He understand that he goes out there every day to labor and work on his land and feed part of his nation. It's understood. They don't look at big political movement. We're the one that's going to make sure people that are really working in our land in Africa are empowered and understand where their existence are, which they do understand the existence because their spirit, they have the spirit. They go to church, they go to mosque, they go and thank God. So the first thing we put God up front, and the rest of it is going to be paved. I'm not a preacher, but the best thing that always worked for me is by putting Xavier in front of my problems, in front of everything. When I'm happy, I put him up front. When I'm sad, I put him up front. When I'm depressed, I put him up front. When I'm having anxiety attacks, like today, I just put him up front again, and I ask him for his wisdom for me to pass on a word, a beautiful word that when he created us, he made sure that we love one another. And we have the ingredient to love one another in Africa. This is how our mom taught us. This is what our dads taught us, is to be loving people to ourselves. So each African, all these bands that's been put in.
Yeah, Biggie. I think we lost Biggie there.
The devil never rests. It always disconnects me. It never rests. But overall, to my understanding on these travel bans that's been put into us, we have to make sure that we understand them and where they come from, and never spread the fake news. If I say a word today on this platform, I have to have factual information because I don't want to be part of the fake news. I don't want to entice all my African brothers and sisters in the wrong direction. I always pray for that. I always say, Lord, give me the wisdom when I speak. Give me the wisdom when I try to put my voice out there, because your voice, sometimes it can be negative and it can be positive. And the ways they're going to be taking it is very important that we understand our situation in Africa. This normal movement created so much havoc for the rest of the world, including our continent, because we are demanding what is right to the people, to the citizen, the African citizens. So we have to look at it from our perspective, how we can benefit each other. Like you said, traveling within your own country, we don't have to depend on outside tourism. You know, Ethiopia was promoting that for a long time now, you know, that we need to visit our country. When I lived in Ethiopia, really a certain travel area was hard to go and visit because of the road, because all these highlighted um, tourism area you can go, but there are others that are hidden treasures that we cannot visit because there was no accessibility. But right now, we can. We can visit those places. So, like you said, promoting each other within the continent, that will benefit us. That will make us understand each other's culture and promote that within your own nation. Hey, you know, I went to visit the Ethiopian. Hey, I went to visit Tanzania. Hey, I went to visit Nigeria. There's a lot of individuals that really are actively um, promoting different countries that their own nation to go and visit, to, encouraging. We have this, and explaining the museums, the places to go and visit, the hidden treasures. We have a lot of hidden treasures that we didn't explore as Africans. So we have the opportunity, instead of going in Europe and yeah, I can go to Paris, I can go to Rome, I can go anywhere that I want to please to go in the Western country. But don't forget, I promote that every diaspora, every African continent citizens to visit one another's countries and see the beauty. For us, we start with our own home. We are African citizens. That's what I put in.
All the inhabitants of the island.
Go ahead, I didn't hear you.
Exactly, you know, in terms of promoting each other's countries, it's very important that we also highlight and showcase some of the beauty that we have in different places. And I'm sure it's something that we're gonna start doing as well, promoting African places, beautiful African places where people should consider sometimes even wasting money going to other countries. Excuse me for mentioning places like Dubai, and it's just a city. There isn't really, let me not say much, but there's so much that we can do in supporting, because there's no way we're going to develop if we are not supporting our own. And we're not saying we should support mediocrity in terms of quality. We should also provide quality work, but at the same time, we need to start doing it. We need to start buying bid from our own people, so that the money also stays in Africa and it also feeds into our economies, and our economies can be stable, our currencies can be stable, because there's a lot of money circulating in our systems instead of the money always going out of our systems, you know. So those are the things that we need to promote, and especially now with Zanzibar, it's one of the most beautiful places. Now, since today we are talking about Tanzania, I don't want it to drift into other things, but Zanzibar is one of the most visited places in Tanzania, and I think it's one of a must-see place for any African traveler or any person. Let's not say an African traveler, anyone who's an African, they need to make sure that when they have money, they can visit Zanzibar. They should also visit more a lot of places. There's a lot of national parks in Tanzania that people can go and watch, go and see the animals. You get Africans that have never seen a lion, which is really bad. We need to make sure that we travel to our national parks, support our own industries, especially now with the COVID being one of the issues that is affecting our economies, especially people who are in tourism. They know that they've lost a lot of money, and it's for us as locals in our countries to go and support them, go to those places and support and go view those animals, go for those game drives. There's so many things that we need to start doing as Africans, and I believe that Tanzania is one of those premier destinations that one should visit. Especially, you've got the coast, you've got the nice clear water beaches there in Zanzibar. I think Zanzibar can compete with any place, especially in the Caribbean. The Caribbean is also beautiful. I see Rich here. He's from St. Kitts, and it's also one of the most popular tourist places. When you look at places like there in the Caribbean, most of the Caribbean islands are very beautiful. And when I see Zanzibar, I always sometimes match it with those areas, because even Malindi then in Kenya, it's one of those beautiful places that we should start thinking of, and maybe going on holidays. We should not allow it to always be like a European's playground. That's why they feel superior, because they know that we are the ones that are bringing money into your tourism sector. But we need to start going to those places and allow ourselves to know those places, you know, because you find that you live in a country but you've never even gone to one single national park. It's not really good. It doesn't. We need to start seeing our countries first before we can think of other places, and also visiting our neighboring countries in terms of tourism and seeing other places. So Tanzania is a hotspot for tourism, for holiday. Biggie, you must also think of a trip to Tanzania. Be it,
that's one of my things that I really want to do. Tanzania, Kenya is one of my scheduled destinies that I need to visit. Definitely, I'll come to Tanzania. South Africa is another one, and it's something that I really want to see in South Africa. So I definitely promote that.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. We'll be waiting, Biggie. And
there you go.
Yeah,
Ridge. Ridge is asking the access. Can you post the streamline for him?
It's already in. Already posted.
Oh, Ridge is in?
Yeah, it's here.
All right, Ridge, you know. Hey guys, I'm probably gonna shorten my meeting. I got a couple things to do, but I really appreciate everybody that joins, and I just want to see the prosper Africa in mind, in spirit, and everything you got. Promote Africa. Africa is a beautiful continent. I'm proud African citizen, and for all of you that promote each other, really, 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 really helps for our future to understand our one Africa, one love. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Love you, Biggie. Really appreciate your input always. It's wow. Rich, are you here? Oh, Mwenda Tezi.
I'm here.
Yeah, Rich. Welcome, brother.
Thank you, man.
I was just saying, sorry to cut you there, but I was saying that you coming from the Caribbean, and if you had to come to Zanzibar or that part of Tanzania, you won't feel lost. You'll feel this is one part of one island somewhere in the Caribbean.
Man, you know what? When I was younger, me and my friends always used to say where we want to end up in life. So some of my friends would say Paris, one of them would say New York, and next one would say California. And you know where I used to say? I used to say I must end up in Tanzania. I said that's where I want to be, in Tanzania, because when I look at those beaches, it doesn't look any different from what I see back home in St. Kitts. It's just that it's just a bigger landmass, you know, and a lot more things going on there. But I always say I want to end up in Tanzania, always. So it's so interesting how yesterday was Tanzania's independence.
Welcome home, brother. Welcome home. I'm listening to you all, guys.
Yes, of course. I know when I come there, you got me, brother. I know you got me.
I'm just tweeting something here about all this thing, but I'm here.
No problem, man. No problem. Yes, Tanzania is always where I wanted to be. Always.
Yeah, and Tanzania is it gives you like the best of both worlds. I mean, the beach, and it gives you the animals. It gives you the mountains, and you must also remember Mount Kilimanjaro is in Tanzania.
Exactly.
For those who might forget that Tanzania is a big country in terms of tourism and stuff.
Yeah, and also, you know, it was just recently I found out that Tanzania was being ruled by the Arabs at some point. Is this true? Did I read wrong? I know they had some kind of. Huh?
Yeah, there is a big sort of Arabic influence in terms of. I think it was because of the trades. Remember, those are also part of the places that had a lot of trade with the Middle Eastern countries. So a lot of trade also. Those were also trade routes. That's why, I mean, Zanzibar is an island in a way. So you were bound to have those influences of many cultures meeting and doing trade. Hence that part is the Muslim part, the influence
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You were saying?
Oh, sorry to cut you off. I was gonna say, go ahead. You can go ahead, speak what you was gonna say. I'll tell you after.
Oh, yeah, I was saying it's because also the trade that happened, I mean, for the longest time, those places, that's why they had a lot of influences from other cultures, and hence the influence of the Arabs and other tribes as well that came into the land and stuff. So
no, I think that it was actually
that happened as well. That's
okay,
also one of history.
Well, I think it was actually ruled by Arabs until it was overthrown, because I just Googled it. It says in 1884, under treaties signed by local rulers, Germany took over the area that is now Tanganyika.
Tanganyika, yeah, the mainland. That's the mainland.
Yeah. And fought Arab and African dissidents for 15 years. The island was to remain a member of the Commonwealth under the Arab-dominated government. In 1969. So I know that there was some form of revolution there at some point, that the Arabs got overthrown there by the Africans. I never even knew that until I did my little research about it.
No, it is an interesting history there. A rich history, I think.
So rich.
Missed,
one thing I can add is, you go to, let's say, Oman, that's the Arab side, right?
Okay.
And when you go there, you find the influence of, Zanzibar or East Coast, traders, the African influence on the other side. So it's kind of like a swung, it's a pendulum, where one time was the Arabs who dominate, and then there was another time it was the Africans who dominate. So you also, that coastline, that East Coast coastline, it also takes you all the way up to the Red Sea, where you have Eritrea now, but the Aksumite Empire, one time it was the dominant force in that region from the Red Sea all the way to more like the Aksumite Empire was not necessarily a very heavy trading empire. It traded a lot, but it was more like a force in the region. It had over 25,000 navies and dominated the Red Sea and the Africa coastline, the Eastern Africa coastline. It, kind of it was more like a peacekeeping force, enforcement, making sure trade was safe and these things. So there's a lot of interplay between them. There was a time also like you had, somebody wrote long history of Omani traders. Yep, and I think there's also so the influence go back and forth, but like so sometimes history, like if you look at a particular period of time, it kind of hides the nuances of the complexity of the relationship.
Oh, okay.
But not to dismiss the domination. There was a time the Arabs dominated, but there was also a time the Africans dominated that.
Yeah, I've heard. That's the thing. I don't know as much about it as I should. I'll be honest with you, because I always just love to see Tanzania and to see and I love the energy that's there.
You know what's the problem with Africa? We part of the thing that we have to think about as we move forward to this One Africa movement, we have notions of our history, but we don't have substantive and depth and kind of rigor of the history.
Yeah.
And that requires a lot of researchers, study, universities, archaeologists, anthropologists, and philosophers, going out there. So, but unless we get that unity and independence, the unity and the independence that we need, we're not gonna be on that journey to be able to figure that out. And the reason Ethiopia is a unique case is that because we didn't have that colonial interference.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say we're not interfered with by foreigners. We found a way to preserve that historic nature of it.
Yes.
So as an African, if you go to Ethiopia, and this is the thing I've heard from many Africans, there's something strange and familiar about it.
Yes.
Strange and familiar.
My Ethiopian, sorry, go ahead.
No, finish.
Okay. My Ethiopian friend told me the other day that when I go to Africa, it's as if I'm gonna get a natural high. She said something about the soil and the air and the atmosphere. It just makes you feel like you're floating. I've never been to Africa.
I've heard white people say they come to Africa expecting to be treated like the way black are treated in their country, and find out that it's like they don't. There's nothing. They're mere kind of you might have more money. Can I take advantage of him? There's nothing sinister there. It's not. It really flipped the script on a lot of people.
Yeah. Well,
coming insulated.
Well, you know what, man? When I come there, I'm not coming there for joke. I'm coming there to work. That's what I'm coming there to do.
Your job, Bridges, is to make sure African leaders and African countries hear your don't let them get away this time. No African outside the continent should let any African get away with just postponing the need to bring you back home.
Yes, exactly. And you know what, man? I've been noticing the patterns with our people and how other people go to Africa. If you guys notice, when a Chinese person go to Africa, the first thing they look to do is to buy the ports,
Yeah.
You won't even see them on social media, brethren. All they're doing is going after the ports, because once you get the ports, you can get to import your stuff. Then you get to import your stuff. You build shops. Then you build shops and you take money and energy. This is what I call energy.
Yeah.
They take energy from our people constantly. But when you see a black person go to Africa, especially African Americans, the only thing they're doing is posting pictures on social media.
Reminisce.
Yes, that's all they're doing. Posting pictures on social media. Oh, I'm in Ethiopia. Oh, I'm in Tanzania. Look at me playing with these turtles. Man, that thing is overrated now. When we go there, we need to put in work. That's what we need to do. Exactly. We need to organize intelligently and put in work. Find out who owns what, who have positions in what position they have in government. Make friends with them. contribute to whatever need to be contributed to in the area that you're going to. But taking pictures and posting them on Instagram for them to make money from you, that's overrated now, man.
It is overrated. I mean, Ethiopia has like, you know, a lot of people don't know is that even under this TPLF people, you know, there were a lot of changes that have been implemented in Ethiopia, like the infrastructure building that were done. And I know people in Ethiopia, the Ethiopian audiences, they don't want me to talk about this, but you know, but let me tell you something. Like fact. I worked there. I've seen it. I've lived there in the midst of it. I've been to rural areas where there was no roads, and the government, you know, put in huge amount of money just clearing the road and opening up these neighborhoods to just even donkey carts. You know, those things matter to the people in those communities. So what the reason I'm trying to say, like, Ethiopia is on a course, on a journey of opening up.
Yeah.
Opening up. And like, let me give you an idea. For example, recently the Ethiopian government purchased a 19% share on a port in Hargeisa, Somalia. So this port is a combination of a UAE, I think United Arab Emirates, and I think in the Somalian government, and then 90% share to that port. The Ethiopian government has you know, ironclad agreement with the Kenyan government to develop a port that's much closer to Ethiopia, which is called Lemu Port. It's currently under construction, and they almost finished the highway that connect that port. That's much closer to Ethiopia, which is called Lemu Port.
Well,
and so that's and then you have Eritrea on that end, opening up the port. And you ask the question, why are they doing that? Why are they opening up roads, highways, linking up the gas link between South Sudan and the Djibouti port of Djibouti? That's another project that's taking place, gas and oil. And then they have about 5 or 10 industrial zones that are operating at a very low capacity. Industrial zones that have they've spent over $1 billion on them. You know, like from Afar to Tigray, even in Tigray, they have the Amhara, Oromia, all these regions of Ethiopia. They have opened up these industrial zones where you can buy a section for yourself. Like they have Amhara, Oromia, all these regions of Ethiopia. Somebody mutes industrial zones where. Okay. Anyways, these industrials are operating under very low, like, you know, they're not operating at full capacity. Partly it's because of energy. 50% of the country doesn't have electricity. That gives you an idea of the energy structure in the country. So you have the dam that's about to be finished. That's designed to that. Then they're trying to figure out how to use other clean energy means of generating enough energy to power those industries. So you figure, like, once we get past all this right now conflict, so you have a country that's 120 million opening up. We have now the Kenyan telecom company, you know, just signed in Ethiopia to open up a second telecom company in Ethiopia. That's so you can imagine, like, the jostling that has taken place to open the country up and then it would require like more than the 120 million people of Ethiopia figure out how do you take advantage of it?
Well, you know, Virgin, we are all Ethiopian, because Ethiopia just means burnt face. Isn't that what it means?
Yeah.
So we are all Ethiopians. We are all Ethiopians. We are all Sudanese. We are all.
No. You know, the reason I'm telling you this is not to give you huge.
Oh, no.
It's just to tell you, like, this things under, like, you know, across Africa, there's a lot of work being done to open up.
Yeah,
it's not being spoken a lot, and then it's partly intentional because you don't want these Westerners to think. But now we are at that stage where we are ready, and Ethiopia is more like, think of Ethiopia at the tip of the spear, but the spear is longer than that.
Yes, of course. Ethiopia is the tip of the spear, no joke, or the handle, one of them, because that's like in the Caribbean, Ethiopia is such a special place for us. We see it as a symbol of spiritual resistance.
Yes.
We see it as a holy shrine.
Yes.
Like our energy is, when we hear Ethiopia, we don't know a lot about the internal politics and history,
Yes.
But we know that it's a special place.
Yeah. And then,
just like so many other places in
then,
Africa, right?
I'm trying to give you and then you look at what the South African president did. Under the radar. It's under the radar. But he's in West Africa, making deals, discussion, talking depth. And they're talking about calculating how can we take advantage of this free trade area we've created in January 2021. Like it's not like a lot of so for people like you who want to come in, not just for the sentiment of it, but for the practicality of finding your footing on the ground, building your home, and creating something that really is meaningful to you economically and materially, spiritually, emotionally, intellectually. There's a lot of this work that has been taking place that are not yet spoken out loudly, but you wait, give it 5-10 years, we are in a completely different landscape in the world.
Of course, I could see it coming, man. I've seen this 10 years ago. I saw this 10 years ago coming. That's why I'm preparing. That's why I was preparing, because I saw it. But I don't know if you guys heard, but Abiy, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, recently said, yesterday I think, he posted on his Twitter that he's reiterating the voices of all the African leaders and telling them that all a continent of 1.3 million people, billion people, needs a permanent seat at the UN Security Council and a permanent voice, one voice. Did you guys hear about this?
Oh, yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Okay, good.
So we did multiple things on that day.
Good.
Actually, these past 2 days. Okay, let's go ahead.
Good. And I respect. I don't know this guy too much, but I respect his humility. He looks like he's a very humble person. I mean, most Ethiopians I know are very humble people. By nature, he looks like. But I respect that, because after he comes from the front line and he stepped back, he said he's saying now, watch here, I went to the front line. I know what's going on. Now I'm coming back here and I'm telling you guys now that we need a permanent seat here. Otherwise, you guys can't discuss anything about Africa's security with no African president having a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. That's what he was telling them, basically. But I just wanted to tell you guys about the independence thing. I think that we should celebrate independence, but we should never celebrate when someone frees us, because we were born free. But yes, you should celebrate the independence, because it's a symbol. It's also a symbol of resistance. It's like soft power. Every time you celebrate it. But we must also realize that independence must be maintained, because we're not living among peaceful people. These people are proven over and over to us again that they're not peaceful people. And now the Chinese are coming in, even though the Chinese are not giving us fair deals. At least they're not sending their soldiers in there to kill people like how the Americans and the Europeans do. Now they're coming to us as if Africa is the center, and they're the ones pulling the strings, pulling Africa, as if we're gonna be in some kind of tug of war with the Chinese and the Americans. We should tell them, no, this is not gonna happen. Hell no. They had their time. They had their time to make fair deals with us. And when they came to Africa, there was no elections, there was no debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We should let them know that straight up, that this is not gonna be. You're not gonna come and tell us who to deal with. If you feel like dealing with the Chinese, we deal with the Chinese. If you feel like dealing with the Iranians, we deal with the Iranians. But they're not gonna tell us who to deal with anymore.
Yes. That's what I mean. So the way Abiy projected it is, and at least this is what he wants them to understand. This is my understanding. Okay, he did multiple things. First thing, he called all the major countries except Sudan, all the countries that are bordering Ethiopia. He said, the Ethiopian Prime Minister had a phone conversation in depth with Eritrea, Djibouti, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda. Uganda doesn't share direct border with us, but was included in the conversations, and they have agreed to continue to strengthen bilateral and multilateral relations. That's the first thing he announced on Twitter. The next thing he announced is he had a very fruitful discussion with the Senegalese president and the South African president, and they want to encourage. They decided to continue to strengthen the continental institutions work together closely on continental goals. Yeah. And the next thing is like, oh, I support my African president friends, like, because the South African president and the Senegalese president had already uttered a day ago at a conference in Senegal that the demand for permanency for Africa, and he said, I back that. That's the next one. So, and then basically what he's projecting, like, I have done first chapter of this assignment. I'm now on the second chapter.
Mm-hmm.
The first chapter was to demonstrate to you can't mess with Ethiopia.
Mm-hmm.
We were patient, we were kind, we wanted to resolve the issue. It's not out of weakness, it's out of desire to have to not pay that much to achieve it. And then if you want to see our muscle,
Ezra,
I'll go to the front line and show our muscle. If you want to see our confidence, I'll go to the confidence, and then chapter 1 finished.
Guys, I think we're changing the topic, guys. We're going to talk about this another time. But let's try to stick with the topic today, at least for a day. And I want to allow my brother Swahili Skills. He's right here. He's been waiting for a while.
Oh yeah.
To come and share as well. You can raise your voice, Swahili Skills. Welcome to the show, and today is your first time.
Yes, thank you so much, brother. I think you hear me.
Yes, I can. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Tanzania.
Oh, come on, Tanzania in the house. Welcome, man. That's first. Is it first time? It's first time to have a Tanzania in the house here, right here. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's the first time. It's the first time.
All right. Welcome.
Yeah, what I want to say is that today we are celebrating the 60 years of independence.
Mm-hmm.
But
Swahili Skills. Swahili Skills.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
We at least greet us in Swahili. Come on, man. Start with greet in Swahili, then you can go into this English thing.
Okay. So is all of you understand Swahili, oh?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. They will learn. They're Africans. It's African language.
Okay. Jamani, amjambo huko?
Hatujambo.
Jambo.
Yeah, we have a Kenyan here too as well, so he understands.
Yeah. Mnaendeleaje huko?
Tunaendelea vizuri sana. Unapiga kutoka wapi, by the way?
From Dar es Salaam.
Dar es Salaam, man. I'm here too. We gotta meet up sometimes.
Yeah, if God wishes, I think.
Definitely. All right.
So let me contribute to the topic of today.
Mm-hmm.
Today we are celebrating the 60 years of independence of Tanzania. I think that's all known in the world, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But my opinion is that we have done few things since we got independence, few things to overcome imperialism, because we did a lot in construction of infrastructures, but still the Chinese are still building our roads still today. So we have done some things, but it's not a lot. It's not a lot. So what I think is that all Africans, we should unite. Don't live for only a few leaders to do that. We should all unite so as we can develop Africa in general.
That's beautiful Swahili Skills. That's all you wanted to say?
Yeah, I think that because I see like my mic has problems, so I think I went there.
Man, that's beautiful Swahili Skills. Man, I appreciate you for coming here. You were the first Tanzanian to come here and to share, So that's special. That's really special. it's really special, and I hope more Tanzanians will come and will be involved, in these matters, because we want nobody to be left behind. Like here right now, every single one of us, you're coming from different countries. We have we have 2 Tanzanians now, and we have South Africa, we have Ethiopia, we have Caribbean, we have Kenya here. This is beautiful. And I just hope more. And I know there's one person here I always see from Tanzania here, Monica. She commented a lot, but I think this Monica, she's Tanzanian, so maybe you can come here as well and raise your voice too.
Yeah.
So that's
for
beautiful.
Tanzania. For Tanzania, the problem is that you have not yet instructed people on how they can join here. So I hope when you instruct them, maybe in a video or a tutorial, they can join many of them. Problem is that you've not shown them on how to join, but I think a lot of people want to join this thing because it's nice, and I think there's no problem with us. So I hope in next time you can do that, because people like to share, but I see only people watching YouTube, like I think 40 something, I don't know, 60 something, but should tell them next time on how to join the conversation.
I would definitely. I think I'll take that into consideration. I think I will prepare a tutorial video on how to join through the link I share all the time here. I think I will do that.
And the whole process of setting the microphones and the camera, because I'm also getting some problems here. Sometimes I speak and sometimes I don't think if you hear me well.
Oh, I hear you clearly.
But the problem comes to hearing you sometimes. I don't know, it's a network.
Yeah. Definitely. I think I'll deal that. I'll do that. I might even do it tomorrow. I'll do a tutorial. I think it will help a lot of people who wants to join. Appreciate it.
I think that you helped too much. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question to my Tanzanian brothers. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Swahili Skills is listening to you. He's gonna answer you.
Okay, since we are here and you're talking about Tanzania, I think this is a very good opportunity to learn about Tanzanian history. Hello, and Tanzanian ideology. So when Tanzania got independence, it started as a socialist country under the leadership of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. So right now, Tanzania is, I think Tanzania right now, we can call it a capitalist country. Although I've heard this from Tanzanian, maybe you can confirm me, but I've been hearing that they say Zanzibar is capitalist and Tanganyika is socialist. So I would like to ask if you can expound, and what are Tanzanians' view? What is your view of the ideology of Tanzania at the moment? Is it capitalistic or is it social? Or what is your view on this, on capitalism and socialism?
Swahili Skills, you want to go ahead to answer that first?
To answer about...
did you hear the question?
I did not hear it well. So can you try to repeat? Can you try to repeat it?
Yeah,
can I repeat it?
Wanna try?
Okay. My brother Swahili Skills.
Hello.
Let me put it a bit
can
more
you
direct.
repeat the question? I can't hear it.
Can you hear me, Swahili Skills?
Then let me say this. I think I'll try to answer that, since I think it's kind of hard for Swahili Skills to hear us. And so for me, on my opinion, I think the question is about it's Tanzania right now a socialist country or capitalist country? Because our founding father Nyerere, he built under socialism, and so there are people who are saying that Zanzibar is capitalist and Tanganyika is socialist. But my answer, or what I can say, I think Tanzania is both. It's both in a way, because it was built under the foundation of socialism, and that's how we have been living and we've been growing up with one another. And so it's really hard to get rid of that, because that is in our blood, right? Like sharing with one another. Oh, Jama, all this like Umoja and all this different philosophy that our foundation, our nation was built on. It's really hard to leave them behind. But as well, I think even the President Magufuli, the late President Magufuli, when he came, his vision, it was to industrialize the country, because he believed that if we want to move from the lower income to go to the low economy to middle economy, then we have to industrialize. And I think all these two ideologies are really important for the development of the country. And yeah, and I think that's one of the things I can say. But also, I believe, for me personally, and people that I know, they don't care about these ideologies. These ideologies are things that people, they say, like, oh, you're capitalist because it's like this, you are socialist because you're like this. But people here, the way they live, of course, they try to work hard. They try to live a normal life that like they always live, and be loving one another and do those kind of stuff. So people, they live their daily lives just like normal. But I know before, in the past, we based on agricultural economy. But in this another regime of Magufuli, it was more of a industrialization. That's what I can say.
Yeah, for that, I think I've got something from you. That Tanzania, after independence, it was a totally socialist country. But as time went, as other leaders emerged, as you know, leaders take 10 years. Yeah, after Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, the other leaders changed the system, in short, went to capitalism. And socialism started to arise again at the time of the late John Pombe Magufuli.
Yeah.
And for now, I think we have mixed, but what dominates most is capitalism. Although socialism just like a name, but indeed we are in capitalism by now. So that's what I have to say.
All right. That's beautiful. Did you get your answer, Mwenda?
Yeah, I got the answer. So basically, you're saying that capitalism and socialism, they can still exist in the same country.
Of course. For me, I believe that. Me, personally, I believe that, because I've seen that happening here.
Can I say something about this a little bit?
Yes.
I think
by the way, let me thank you for the super chat officially. Thank you, Professor Ezra. This is so generous of you, and I appreciate.
No, you don't need.
Thank you.
You don't need to say thank you. This is something that makes me feel that I'm part of something a little bit.
Appreciate
more for myself than for you. So capitalism, like the way I think I've studied economics, at least as far as I could push it all the way to masters, but this is my estimation of what capitalism is, and my estimation of capitalism is just a tool, or socialism is just a tool, instrument of allocation of resources. But the perception of people of capitalism and socialism is like as if the way they perceive their religion. Like they like the way let's say my faith, my perception of my faith is that one day, when the end comes, this is my journey to eternal life. That's how much hope I put on my faith and my religion, right? And in the same way, people put faith in capitalism and socialism like that they think they can create, a social and economic order through these things that is aspirational, like capitalism. So sometimes I go to some place and in America, so like they ask me, "Do you believe in capitalism?" What the heck? What do you mean? Do you believe in capitalism? I know of capitalism. I know of it as it's like you asking me, do I believe in a hammer to be able to do the job of nailing something on the wall? It's not a matter of me believing a hammer can do a job or not, but it's just a hammer. It's a functionary tool, instrument of tool. It's essentially saying, oh, this number of people should be working in this sector, this number of people should be allocated, this amount of land should be allocated for that. And then, but we treat it as if it's some kind of faith, some religious institution. So I think the discussion has gone too far with the notion that is capitalism good or bad? It's not necessarily like, it should not be discussed in a manner that's a theological exercise. And I'm not saying this team is saying that, but I know those ideas are out there, like capitalism and socialism as a belief system. I think it's a bad way of approaching it. I think the better way to approach it is to look at it from the perspective of as a tool of allocating our limited resource at a given time. So even limited resources is not endless. As I'm speaking right now, resources are limited, but it's not infinite. It's not infinitely limited. And in the time scale of time and space, resources are unlimited. And then they say, oh, your wants are unlimited. That's not true. You don't want everything all at once, all at the same time. I mean, I cannot possibly want everything all at once. Like the notion of unlimited wants and limit is a notion that they want you to believe, and that scarcity mentality. So to kind of, pigeon you into becoming a consumer. And that consumerism kind of culture is beneficial to capitalist behaviors. So anyways, just wanted to lay that down. Thank you.
Guys, can I just say one thing and then I'll just leave? I'll leave you guys. I'll just listen. Wow.
We're gonna live together, brother.
All right. Okay, but all I wanted to tell you guys is that the topic, you guys' topic is 60 years of independence, right? What it means and should we celebrate? Yeah, we should celebrate. But also, I want you guys to know that true independence comes when you can produce ideas to solve the problems that are around you. That's true independence. I think that's what we need to, well, we're doing it anyway. But when you can look around you and solve the problems that are around you without going outside of you, outside of your people, that's real independence. And I think that we should strive to move forward towards that. And even when we reach there, we should strive to maintain that. But that's where true independence really, really come from. As long as you're dependent on somebody for especially your needs, you will never truly be independent. But I do understand celebrating independence. I do understand that you guys are independent, and we are all independent. We are born free. But true independence is that what builds the sense of that's what builds the sense of pride that you need to be independent. You know what I mean? When you can solve these problems that you have around you without having to depend on anyone. That's all I'm going to leave you guys with.
Thank you, Rich. Well, we're going to be living together today here.
All right, man. See you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Guys, do you guys have like the final statement to say?
Can I say this? Like, to me, like, we cannot stress enough that independence is a journey. It's a journey. It's a journey that you have to walk, and you keep unraveling one dependency to move to the next dependency. I was depending on my mom for my safety and my security as an infant, and now I'm depending on myself. So I'm independent of that. But I'm dependent on something. I'm dependent on Mika providing this platform to be able to come here and share stuff. So independence is a continuous journey but we have to cherish all independence that we've gotten, and use that as a marker for the next battle, for the next fight, for the next set of independence struggle. So the next independence struggle we know for Africa right now is unity, peace, and love. And those are things that we are in a huge short supply. And once we have established those independence, then we move to the next one. And then sometimes we achieve some of them in our lifetimes, and then we pass it on to the next generation. So I just wanted to stress that point. Thank you.
Appreciate the brain. Mwenda Tezi, do you have your final?
By the way, we got another brain earlier. Sorry, the Mozambique one. Make sure you hold on to that. He's a better brain than I am. So
that can be the philosophical something. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I'll talk to him. He's part of the family now. Because once you come here, you become part of the family the same day. Mwenda Tezi, you have your final note?
Yeah. The reason why I was asking that question of capitalism and socialism, I understand, that these are tools, definitely. But if you look at the history of Tanzania, I think us as Africans, we have a lot to learn on how far and what are the limits and how far an African is willing to go for the society and for his country, just forever. So when I asked about capitalism and socialism, as you have seen in Tanzania, we have seen that you can see both the advantages and disadvantages. So I think when we talk about when Nati was here and talking about how Africans he didn't say we are lazy. I don't think we did not die for our jobs. And I think I will suggest guys to go and study the history of Tanzania, and you really have a very interesting perspective of Africans, us as Africans, and how we function as a society, and the things we are willing to do for society, the things we are not willing to do for a society. Because Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, he really, I don't know if the word is experimented, but he was a very big academic, and he was very philosophical. So you can see what he was trying to do in his country and what worked and what did not work. That's my point. Thank you.
That's beautiful, brother. Swahili skills, do you have your final words to share before we get out of here?
Yeah, I have nothing to say. I'd like just to congratulate you for launching this, and I hope next time to be more better.
Definitely. Better in what sense? Do you mind to give us some suggestions or opinions?
Yeah, to be much better, because I think a lot of people contribute on this. So as you can get a lot of opinion from them about various issues that are streamed in an event like this.
All right. Pastor Ezra, are you there?
I'm here, His Excellency. From my side, in closing, as Africans, we first of all, since we are still it's already the 10th in Tanzania, but we should visit. We all should visit Tanzania, and all the beautiful places, all the places that are of interest. We need to know them. One of my trip that I would want to do is Kilimanjaro, even if I don't really hike to the highest peak, but just to be there, it's a lot, and that's a visit that I'll be taking. And also,
wow. Do you want to climb Mountain Kilimanjaro?
I don't really need to climb, but just to be there next to the mountain and just see
okay.
up close, because those things need preparation and all those things, physique training and mental conditioning. For now, maybe in the coming years, I'll do a prep. We'll do raise funds, climb Kilimanjaro for the orphans or something, and then we get corporate sponsors to sponsor, and then the money goes into a charity or an educational fund in Tanzania. That one I can do. But first of all, I would love to just physically be there and see the surrounding places and the mountain. And also Zanzibar. It's also one of my what's this? A must see, a must visit for me. So to everyone, I will talk about the Serengeti and the other things, but these are all the nice national key points or national places that one should really visit. So as Africans, let's all try to visit Tanzania and support local businesses in Tanzania, and be part of investing in Africa and helping Africa to grow as Africans. That's just my part for today. I'm on the tourism side. I'm not talking about the politics.
Yeah, actually, Pastor Ezra suggested to me before that we should come and talk about tourism. I wanted to say terrorism, but tourism. And that's because of what the US government wrote about. Yeah. Anyways,
what was it you were saying earlier? I didn't I had a phone call, so I was half paying attention to it. Was that just I didn't
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that they put this document here, and it's the same approach they use for Addis, saying that there's a threat of terrorism in Addis, so people should leave. But this is the note that came from them, and they're saying that Mtwara region in southern Tanzania due to the threat of terrorism. So they say it's not safe to travel to Tanzania. Level 4, do not travel, and this is official document, right, from the government. It says because of crime, due to crime. That's the first thing they say. The second one, terrorism. Okay, due to first one is COVID-19, and the second one, crime, and then terrorism, and then targeting of LGBTI persons. So this is such a ridiculous note, and it's the same way that the US always used to ruin the image of Africa. You can't talk about crime. US, you don't even have a right to talk about crime. Focus on your national crimes and what's happened there. You can't talk about terrorism, especially in Tanzania. Tanzanians, they don't even know the meaning of terrorism for over 60 years. All right, something that they don't even know the meaning of that word. And talking about this, man, in Africa we have our own values and things we stand for, but you'll never come here and be persecuted because you're that person. You're gonna need to align with the rules and regulation of Tanzania. That's our value. That's what we believe in, right? You cannot enforce things that you believe for us to believe the same thing. So it's very misinformation, and this is the government, right? It's not just website, but it's the government. And this just came December 6th, 2021. You're talking about crime.
This is your gift. This is your gift for independence. Your Independence Day gift.
It's a gift of independence. You're talking about it's crazy. That's why I went on social media.
You're celebrating independence.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I'm gonna talk about this, and I'm thinking about writing another letter to Joe Biden. For this one, I'll share with you, brother. And it's not just about this. It's about the stuff as well that's going on. To write something good.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's we're just talking here about a lot of good stuff, and then all of a sudden one of my brother, he told me that, do you see this? And I'm like, wow, I'm seeing it now.
We should be sending you our institution should be sending warnings like this. Don't go to Chicago, this neighborhood, this particular neighborhood, gun violence, or don't go to this place because of your color, you'll be targeted by police. So that kind of, you can we should own this. Go on the offensive. I wish our government go on the offensive and begin to say, begin to really flip the script. I mean, COVID related death is more prevalent and more scary here in the US than it is in Africa. Because it's much more prevalent, it's much more available here, it's much more deadly here. Anyways, this is horrendous.
It's horrible. It's horrible, brother. Yeah. Oh yeah. Benji left already. All right, Mr.
Pastor Ezra.
Pastor Ezra, you can go ahead, man.
Obanjo was here. Abdul was here.
He was here, and
Oh
I
my
think he
God! We
left.
should wait for him. I want to hear. Sorry. I missed that one.
Okay. You can pray. Okay, let's all join in prayer and stuff. Thank you, our Father, for this day that you've blessed us with. Thank you for the 60th Independence Day of Tanzania. We pray for the nation of Tanzania that it may become a strong nation. May it continue growing and being a shining light to the continent and the world. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you raise each and every standard of living for each and every member or each citizen of the country of Tanzania to enjoy the fruits of independence. We pray that their economy may grow, their security in everything that they touch may grow. And we pray, Heavenly Father, that Tanzania shall be a shining light forever. It shall be known for peace. It shall be known for refuge. It shall be known as a place where they can come and the people will be secured. We pray, Heavenly Father, for another 60 years as they are joining a new year. We pray for peace. We pray for joy. We pray for growth. We pray that the land may continue being a prosperous nation and a peaceful nation. In Jesus Christ's name, amen.
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 Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Yeah,
Amen.
always grateful for you.
One Africa.
Oh, well, Banjul, he came back. Maybe he has one. Banjul.
Hey, hello, brothers. How
Hey,
you brothers
Abdul.
doing?
Hi. You're signing out, brother, but we
I
cannot just
know.
leave without
Just
hearing your
wanted to
voice.
say happy independence. That's all. It's been a while. We're gonna be in Tanzania tomorrow in our minds.
Oh yeah.
So is it today or tomorrow? Did we?
It's today. It's today. Today's
Today.
9th. Yeah,
Oh,
9th
okay.
of December.
Oh, okay, definitely. It's an African independence, definitely, and we say amen to the prayer of Ezra on Tanzania. So happy independence.
Appreciate
Been a
brother.
while.
It's been a while. It's been a while. We miss you here.
I
We
know.
missed you, dude.
Traveling. I've been traveling.
Banjul, you really need to have your own session, in the near future. Really.
Oh my God.
You need to come and to talk something about, something from that side, or,
I thought
anything.
I was a representative of West Africa, but it looks like the Nigerians have taken over. So, but I'll still fight for it.
Yeah. We still need your voice.
Nobody can take your representation.
It's the smallest country. I'm from the smallest country on mainland Africa, so it's gonna be tough to fight against the Nigerians.
Don't worry.
Come
man.
on, that's a big mind right there. That's a big brain. Banjul, we're gonna stand with you. All of us are gonna stand with you.
Congratulations on the election, by the way, in the Gambia.
Oh, thank you.
It went by peacefully. That's an important thing.
Yes, hopefully we're still crossing our fingers. Hopefully we'll give it 2 weeks. If everything is the same, then when we're lucky. But there's some friction here and there. People are very African elections.
Yes.
Tribal. Everything is just tribal, unfortunately.
Yes. Hopefully it will come down. I'm sure, like as the previous strong man, he still has so much influence, and I'm sure.
Yes.
There will be enough people out there who say, you know what, we don't have time for this, and they move on to life, back to life.
Yes. Do you know that strongman party joined the current president, and that helped him win?
Oh, so his party is on his side, on the president, the winner side. Okay.
Yes, half of his party.
That's a good thing.
Yes, his executive, they all joined him. But I'll definitely find time to talk about it. I know the brother is gonna be sleeping soon, so I just came to say hi and happy independence.
But Banjo, that would be really amazing for you to come to talk about it. I didn't even know that you had an election. Look at that.
Yeah, we had
I
an
feel good
election.
now.
Very, very interesting election. You know,
Very
in
nice.
they still use the marble system since
Yes.
independence.
Yes.
So people literally vote with marbles.
Incredible. Yeah.
And you have
Yeah,
to
but
come to talk about
it's
it.
almost like, you know, it's impossible to even cheat when you're using marbles and putting inks on your hands after voting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty interesting system.
Yeah, you need to talk about it. I think that's a very uniquely African thing. And
I know.
You're telling me the Gambia is a small country. It's not a small country. Yeah, they're physically small, but the mind and the heart is big. So they have a lot to learn from you.
We hope so. Thank you, brothers.
Right.
But Abdul, before you leave,
yes, sir.
We need the smiling coast of Africa. We need that smile here in Swahili
I know.
Nation. We need it.
I know.
You know, there's the smiling coast of Africa, so we need that smile here.
Of course, of course.
Don't be scared of the giants and the, you know.
I know. But you guys gonna be seeing me often. I just had to travel.
Yeah.
I traveled the whole of last week, so but I'm back in town. So.
Oh.
Yeah,
Welcome back, brother.
I'll be. Don't worry, I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Hopefully.
Abdul, we know you're like Prof. Ezra. You're still making bread, eh? That bread.
I know we're trying, but everything goes back to paying taxes, unfortunately.
Exactly.
You never keep it. It always. Uncle Sam they know what they're doing. They know their system very well.
The sooner the Africans wake up, the quicker we come back for you. We come back home.
Yes.
Wake up, Africa. Wake up, open up to your power and the potential, and so that people like incredible entrepreneurs like Abdul come back, and then their platform is not just the Gambia; it will be the whole of West Africa, and the whole.
Hopefully, that's what we want to do. I actually tried opening business in my country and elsewhere in Africa.
Yes.
But it's just unfortunately, it's a long story.
I know.
So, but we can never be discouraged. I don't even get upset when people steal from you anymore in Africa.
No.
It becomes
the cost of doing business.
Exactly. So, but we're still hopeful that one day, we would probably want to open up businesses in our own continent than elsewhere. But there's still hope. There's still hope. So when is the visit to Ethiopia? Am I invited or?
Brother, you're invited.
Okay,
1 million people have been invited.
Looks like you're going with a whole delegation, man. That's going to be on CNN. CNN is going to be there, man. Be careful. CNN, they're watching you, man. You're becoming too famous. They are paying attention to you, man. I just saw your Tanzania, the Tanzania State Department. I said, "Oh, this must be Ezra's fault, man." Mika's fault. They're probably looking at you and saying, "You know what? This guy, let's put this terrorism stuff there, man." So
have you noticed that, have you noticed that, Abdul, the American principle, no press is bad press? No press is bad press. Like, there are people out there who just like, there's a country called Tanzania. Let me Google it. And they see this beautiful stuff eventually. And they're like, I think I can take a risk a little bit. And there are people who come to Tanzania because they've seen, you become the headline.
Yes.
But I know it happens in Ethiopia like that. There are a lot of people who come to Ethiopia who have heard the negative headlines.
Yes, that's true. It's all about perception and images. What you're doing might look very, small, but it's a huge, because you're opening people's, even Africans, us. I've never been to Tanzania, but what I'm seeing and hearing, I have a lot of Tanzanian friends here. I have a guy named Hamza. He's from Zanzibar.
Wow.
Yeah, he used to be my landlord. I used to rent a store from him, one of my business I was doing, and we're still in communication. And he's a very he just opened up. This guy is so smart. During the COVID, the place I was renting from him, when I was leaving, because I wanted to narrow down and just focus on my main business, and I closed that one down. And he turned that place into a pharmacy now, COVID testing place. He's making a lot of money with these. Very smart guy.
That's a guy who should be back in Africa solving problems.
I know. He's from Tanzania, Hamza.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a lot of good people from Tanzania, but seeing the actual country and just listening to people and your short video that you're doing with the No More, and when you see that, you start seeing realities. Because when they say Africa here, they just categorize all of us into one big bucket. Like Africa is Africa. Just huts, and sometimes you wonder how the hell you got to the United States. I don't know how they maybe they think we got here with the boats. I don't know, but they just perceive us as coming from the huts.
I used to
being
joke
on
that,
trees and
I used to joke like, when they ask me that question, I never say, "Oh, we have airport now." I say to them like, "Oh, we don't waste land in states building these endless airports that you have where you have to have trains. We just somersault into the plane."
Yes.
Somersaults, jump and somersault. We are like, you think you've seen Karate Kids? Man, you haven't seen the Karate Kids in Africa. We somersault to jump. And then sometimes we are riding our lions, and our lions are like just fly from the... because the reason they ask you those things is they know that you have it. It's trying to kind of like play the dominance. That's what it is. I will never allow them to do that.
Yes, they just make us all one, and I've never seen a lion in my life. And they ask me, "You from Africa? You never seen it?" I said, "But I'm from the Sahel, man. It's all desert and there's no grass over there."
I tell them like I have a pet as a lion.
It's even me, I'm African, but I'm surprised you've never seen a lion in your life.
I've never seen a lion. I saw one, I believe, long.
I saw this Instagram picture where they were comparing the pets of leaders, and so Obama is on one side of the picture. He's petting this tiny little poodle, and then the other side of the picture. Can you imagine who it is? Can you guess?
With Haile Selassie with lion.
He's petting a lion.
But that's Africa. The spirit of lion.
Yeah, confidence.
Yeah.
Confidence of the lion and the heart of a lion.
Yeah, that was good ending.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna let you go, but I'll leave everybody with the video that it was filmed by the students from University of Dar es Salaam. That's the university here. Yeah, it's really beautiful. That's my guy. I have that guy in the team. He's a good guy. He's studying there right now, journalism. So I'll be sharing.
Yeah, sorry, my phone was ringing, but I just want to say, happy independence. I don't want to take your time. I came in, selfishly last minute, so I know you guys been here probably 4 hours. So, but it's good to talk to you, brothers, as always.
Always, brother. Same to us here. Same to me.
Yes. What do you brother? Is that a lion? Like you're gonna show us some lions, or
no? This
that one is especially reserved for you when you travel to Tanzania.
Yeah, that's the first thing I'll do when I go to Tanzania. I want to go to the I forgot how they call it. It's a safari,
National
but it's a special area that borders with Kenya.
Serengeti.
Serengeti, there you go. That's where I want to go, and I don't want to be, I want to literally be, walking with the Maasai and doing my thing,
Oh, have you seen the Maasai doing the skista, the Ethiopian dance?
Yeah,
that's on fire, by the way.
That's beautiful. Yeah, that's
the dancing to the Ethiopian music. I was like on fire. Ethiopians were going nuts with it.
I love how we change topics.
We have endless topics. That's why.
Yeah.
Hey, waiting on
It's
the
all
video.
about Tanzania. It's their independence. So we have to talk about the Serengetis and everything else, you know?
Yeah.
And Masai.
Yeah.
Guys.
Well, thank you, brothers. So hopefully I'll join
right.
early tomorrow.
Yeah, brother. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, the two professors. And I'm not familiar with the other one, the S, but, you know, I thank you, brothers. And good night.
Good night.
Good night. One Africa.
One Africa. One Africa.
All right, guys. Let me let you go. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. I want to thank you for everything. What we talked about today was very important. So I appreciate for you guys being there, for the super chat, for the memberships. And I'm not gonna leave you just like this, but I'll leave you with this video here from students from University of Dar es Salaam. Yeah, I'll leave you with that. Appreciate, guys. I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow. All right, I love you guys. Bye bye. What did I do? I put myself back and.
Hello Africa, welcome back to Swahili Nation channel. And today I've visited the University of Dar es Salaam talking to the students who are pursuing their degree at schools of journalism and mass communication. As we all know that we are running the campaign of No More, #NoMore. And today I want to be asking the students or some students why we Africans do we need love, peace and unity for our own development.
My name is Msafiri Limali. I'm a student at University of Dar es Salaam pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Mass Communication. Why Africa we need love, peace, and unity? It's because we have been together for a time. You know, even can take back on ourselves when we are called founding fathers like Nyerere and other founding fathers in Africa. The way they wanted Africa to be united, the way they wanted Africa to be a peace continent, and the way Africa is supposed to be, and the way it's supposed to be ruled. But when some things happens, some such as crimes, for example, in Ethiopia, we need to be united to end it, to come up and
My name is Esther Del Sesingwe. I'm from the University of Dar es Salaam. I'm pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Mass Communication. On my side, concerning the importance of peace, love, and unity in Africa, it's a major requirement we need as Africans to enable us having the same voice in facing different issues concerning us as Africans. Because when you don't have peace, when you don't have love, you don't have unity. As you can see, the aftermath of not having these basic requirements, for instance, in Somalia, Ethiopian, it makes us being tied in the cycle of reoccurrence of political instabilities, poverty, reoccurrence of different calamities that will keep reoccurring when we don't have this as Africans. We need it so that we can move forward, solving our problems, bringing us together as Africans and cherish our identity as Africans.
Hello, I'm George Edmund, a Tanzanian student from University of Dar es Salaam. I'm pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Journalism. On my side, I think it is very important to have peace, love, and unity among Africans so as to solve different problems, including boundary problems, including economic and social, political problems. You can refer to most of our countries, for example, in Libya. The lack of unity, the lack of love, the lack of peace has invalidated the presence of economic, social, and political improvement within the country, and so many other countries. So I think, and I call upon other African youth and African young generation to come up together, to unite together, to be together, so as to develop socially, economically, and politically.
My name is Sonia Ramadhani from Buddhism. I'm taking Bachelor of Arts in Mass Communication. We need peace, love, and unity, because unity brings people together. Unity speaks language of togetherness. Without unity, people are not being able to do different activities that are supposed to be done in a nation.
My name is Mamiko Kazona Lahara, a student of Public Relations and Advertisement at School of Journalism and Mass Communication. In my point of view, Africa, we need love, peace, and unity for our development. It is in order to safeguard our own political, economic, social, and cultural sectors of our country.
No more join the no more movement.
Yeah.